You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
I'm just saying whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
Riddle me this, you double-speaking moron. How can light move in one direction faster and not have a speed?
Yeah, there is no speed of light. Whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light. Faster. There is no speed of light.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I'm just saying whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
So out of one side of your face, you say, light clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction. Then at the other side of your face, you say, the light's not traveling, it's already there. So how can light not travel and be already there, and at the same time be traveling faster in one direction to get to the receiver, its destination? Por favor?
You serious? Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So, we have the respawn remedial retard, double-speaking lion sewer rat, shits at 60, guns a-blazing, out-of-the-gate ether argument from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Where we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So, we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing. Therefore, his something medium is ether. 10 days later,
the wave is the medium.
What the hell's going on out here?
I went to everybody's head about the bird. The bird's a winner, winner, bird.
As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Welcome to Ballbusters episode 109, 109er. We're going to dance around the Michelson-Morley non-experiment a little bit. A continuation from last week. Shifting on over to Discord, the distinguished Nathan Oakley, the MC of ceremonies, is here, I think.
MC of ceremonies, the master of ceremonies of ceremonies.
Yes.
It's a bit redundant. Just the MC, if you like, but that's strictly speaking you. Welcome, everybody who's joined us live. Please share the show, smash that share button, as QE said.
Tell you what, you better watch everything you say, because I'm on you now.
Okay.
You little stinker.
Okay. Fine.
I am on.
It's good to be here.
Say again?
2 weeks ago, we covered Michelson-Morley. We are doing exactly the same thing, right? We're covering Globebusters, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Non-experiment.
Yeah, the non-experiment. I wanted to do it the next week because it was fresh on everyone's mind. Now everyone's forgotten what the first part was, so I'm gonna go back a little bit just to refresh everyone's memory. You'll know that this was, I don't know, they pulled this stiff off the street. His name's Alan, and I guess they told him, hey, could you present something on this and make sure you say science experiment and you have independent, dependent, and control variables, and whatever else, that's fine. Just make a presentation.
Some words.
Go ahead.
Some words in between those sciencey words.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Put some words in between those sciencey words and make it sound a little sciencey for the science. Yeah, more or less. Yes. Yeah. It's Elmer Fudd sophistry. It's embarrassing to listen to, is what it is. Yeah, we're gonna dance.
It does kind of seem like people are bracing against us, pointing out where science proves things and how that's been hijacked to claim science has proof of the thing they're claiming when it isn't actually science. You know, it's a useful magic trick. In this instance, with Globebusters, it does quite literally seem like they're intentionally bracing against the notions that we disseminate. It's weird.
It seems like they have an ulterior motive.
A lot of it about at the moment. I mean, back when we started, everybody would call everybody else shills if they did anything even slightly dodgy. Whereas, you know, your wakies and maybe to a lesser extent Eric DeBay, but, you know, he's not really out on the circuit and making his videos calling out shills. Right? But this, back in 2015, would have been the most shilly of shilly behaviour, would it not?
Yes. Yeah, that in fact, it was an underlying theme back then.
Yeah, call everyone shills.
Yeah, not to call everyone. I mean, make a point of it and hammer the topic.
Yeah, that's all faded into the background, and now the real shills seem to be rearing their heads. And what's that? You've got a really good argument where you show how we've hijacked science to prove the globe. You've got a really good argument where elevation angle measurements prove Earth's flat. You know what I'm going to do as a devout flat earther? I'm going to stand in opposition to everything you just said and maybe argue for the globe on behalf of some tosser I've spoken to.
I should know better than to take a little sip while you're talking.
That's all good. I mean,
it went up into my nose.
They want to be on top again. That's the ulterior motive they have.
Yeah, but at what cost?
Yeah, exactly.
They don't care. They don't care. They just want FED and QE down.
If you're on the battlefield and you see someone, one guy, strolling around with a big ass lightsaber, and every single person he encounters dies, you see that person, you go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell everyone lightsabers are useless. Lightsabers don't kill anyone.
Yeah, I'm following you. That's a nice analogy. Real nice.
We're the ones holding the lightsaber, in case you hadn't figured that out.
Yeah.
We're the ones chopping people's heads off with these arguments and then finding that we're being opposed by people on our own side who don't like these really good arguments. Like, don't you recognise that they're really good? That they destroy the opponent? What's that? You want to become the opponent? Okay. That seems like a good way to have the flat earthers fighting flat earthers rather than fighting the globe. It's a bit weird.
Did we just have a defection?
Rachie? I don't think so, no.
All right. I heard some rumblings in Master B, but I think it was Master B. Maybe it was another thread.
Talking about this for months, and then Rachel comes along and everyone's all shocked and shaken. It's like talking about people who don't actually know Earth's flat and have a belief in the subject and know enough to know that it's not a globe, for instance. That's Rachie. Doesn't have a firm grasp on these arguments.
But wait a second. I'd like to go back and I'd like to talk about what the hell is a grisp?
Firm grasp. It's like grappling at something and gripping at it at the same time. It's a grasp.
Fair enough. Carry on.
She hasn't got a great grasp on it.
That's part of the problem. He has no grasp at all. I was on Flatsoids last night, and they've got this thing where they're talking about elevation angles, and I had a demonstration showing you how they can do it on a ball by taking a glass, you at the top of a glass, your circle of equal altitude that you take off the surface, which you could use on a map to represent it, and then they put the glass over the ball. So I asked Rachie, did she think that the two distances across the surface were the same, and the circle was applied to the orange as opposed to when it was applied to the the flat surface? And she actually said, no, I don't think they are. So I did ask her, well, what use is it then when you think that you can do celestial navigation on the surface of a ball then? You get the usual waffle, but this is why I'm happy to use the word shill. I'm presented with solid evidence which would have been previously reasonable to drop a point. We've now just got baller argument. We've had it from Jaren, and the next wave is, I don't know why Rachie's the one, but it's to be, that we're going to have to suffer nonsense. Because it is nonsense, because Flatsoid spent a very long time. And they're using the same rhetoric.
Are you talking? Yeah. Are you saying that Rachie? Now I don't follow Rachie all that closely. I haven't been following this at all. Are you saying? Because you said shill is, in my limited interactions with Rachie and what I've been hearing, it sounds more like it's out of ignorance than like I don't get that shill feeling from her. But like I said, I'm not around.
No.
Go ahead.
Lots of shill-like behaviour. Get a grasp, QE.
Well, she is kind of tenacious, but really thick. Like, she'll hear you out every time, but she just won't get it. And no matter how many times you try to explain it. Right? At best, she'll just repeat back to you, and then kind of to make you shut up, but she doesn't get it. But she's also not willing to, like, surrender to that insight that she's basically not getting it, and so she just keeps on trying and trying over and over again, getting guided by the anti-flat earthers, who'll tell her what to do, right?
Pretending, Arwen. That's why I asked her, did she think that it was the same surface distance? Yeah? And she said, no. She continues to think that it's plausible. And this is a shtick at the moment. She's not back on the ball. She just really sees all the possibilities that the ball can still do these things with. A little bit like Jaren, yeah? Of course you can do celestial navigation on the surface of a sphere. It's the same disruption of our very strong arguments. Trying to say, look, here's my bendy lightsaber. Use the same previous analogy.
I think you're mischaracterizing this. Now, I haven't seen it, but I heard that she stated that there's more evidence for a globe than flat Earth. Now, am I mistaken? Did that person who told me that, are they wrong?
No, they're not wrong.
Then we gotta you better you better retake that.
What? Retake what?
Retake that, your stance, because from what I said, that she's went. I don't know if she was ever on the ball. Well, we were all on the ball to begin with, so I think that statement tells me, if that statement was spoken, that tells me that she has pulled a ranty.
In ways, yes. In ways, yeah.
No, there's no in ways. You either is or is you ain't a flat earther.
You're gonna have to start going back to that again, QE.
Well, look, my original assessment was her feet, and every time everybody always rumpuses me when I try to say this, her feet are glued to that fence. She can lean on one side or the other, but she can't get off it. She just can't get off. Glued to the fence. That's what I think.
But to say that there's more proof for a globe than a flat Earth, that's not leaning one way. That's falling on the globe and staying there.
No, it isn't. Not if you then proceed to say the opposite another time.
Well, you can't do that.
Because you change your mind.
Yeah, no. This isn't based on feelings and changing of the mind and cycles and stuff. No.
Well, I think that with her, it kind of is.
No. But she's not pivotal. Right. She's not pivotal in the overall scheme. Sorry, Rachie, you're just not. However, I do find it interesting that she has started with not the same as ether, but it kind of conceptually in the category is about going against the mainstream and replacing gravity with the upward rising earth. And then all of a sudden there's more globe evidence than the flat. Do you see the pattern? Is what I'm saying.
Well, she's probably making a lot of new friends on the other side now. So she's just like, oh, okay. I'm just going to say what they like now.
I didn't think that this was a social phenomena.
Well, I did definitely. And I understand that you don't think like that. Any rational person wouldn't, right? Because this has nothing to do with feelings, all these arguments. But there's a lot of people out there that just work that way.
All right. Fair enough.
Go on.
Hey, what's up, Brian? What's your take on this situation?
Well, I say, and I'm not talking about Rachie on her own here, just all of them. Leave them off. Leave them go, off you go. Because we're in the give the globe a chance era. Leave them off. Yeah, I don't care. Leave them off. The time is coming down the road where anyone who tried to fight for that globe is going to have a red face. There's no way out of it. You know, I don't care. Off you go. You know what I mean? I don't know what the end game could possibly be there. Like, I mean, like I'm not going to waste my time trying to divine why someone does that or doesn't do it.
Sure.
They're wrong. I don't have to even give it a second thought. So I don't care.
I see the phenomena. Big picture. I don't know where it's going. I'm not. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to divine. I just find it interesting. From the initial state.
Way that you were trying to do that.
Say again.
I'm saying I didn't mean it that way as if I wasn't pointing the finger at you or anyone
else.
You were trying to point. Like it's her and Jaron and whoever else. You know what I mean? It's give the globe a chance. Give them a chance.
That's really good. That's the first time you've been coming up with some like good sayings, man.
I was actually talking about this with Paula, Bible literalist, or whatever she's called now, Level Up. I'll call that either, is she? Whatever Paula's called currently. we were discussing it because I re-released, because it's of the moment, the discussion we had in the week about exactly this. And her attitude was, well, who cares? We don't appeal to motive here, do we? So show where they're wrong and move on. Just point out where she's wrong. Platzoid did a really good job of it. About 9 minutes in, he did an edited hour-long video of his discussion with Rachie, and about 9 minutes in, he just explains how you can't have an area of equal elevation on a ball, and your GP would be out in space if it was on a tangent. And he did it really concisely, well, verbally. She just danced around the point. You're like, no, that's it. You've done your job, Platzoid. Well done. You pointed it out. She either can't comprehend it or is deliberately unwilling to comprehend it.
He lied because she kept trying to claim no, it goes from there to there, and he said, well, no, that would then be a chord, wouldn't it? No. Just complete like baller response, yeah. Denial, even when it's presented, the two geometric claims she's saying, she just denied it. That's why I went in and did the orange over a glass business. Where she even said, recognise they're different. We're at the same stage with the anti-flat earthers. Doesn't matter how well and concisely you present the information. It's in contradiction to the agenda they've got. Yeah, and that I can't speak to motivation, but I do know when people have got an agenda and they're not being reasonable anymore. They're not actually here to discuss it. They're gonna. It's a bit witsy. It's a bit Jeremy. When we get to the bare bones that will disseminate their argument or the point they're trying to, it turns into this kind of disingenuous behaviour.
Well, why would you need to discuss it a couple of years after you've already made your mind up? Do you know what I mean? Like, what would be the need to have a discussion? Why did Ranty need to have a discussion? Why did anyone need a discussion? If your mind is made up from years beforehand, why would you need a discussion now? Like, do I need a Neil? Do you need a discussion?
Absolutely not. But they have an agenda.
Yeah, but the point is that why would somebody whose mind is made up, who would need a discussion on the topic? That makes no logical. I'm going to emphasize the word logical sense. I don't have to.
Because even if you go with your phrasing, if you've made up your mind about it, does that mean you know it's the case? Not necessarily. Made up your mind that you're going to believe it. Well, that's what a lot of flat earthers are like. They don't know it's flat. If someone pushed them to prove it, or if you put it like this, right? With a lot of flat earthers, if you said, right, gun up to your head, would you say it was flat? And they'd have that sort of cognitive moment where, oh, would I put my life on it? Like, gun to my head. Ask me the same question. Yeah, absolutely put a gun to my head and I'd say it's flat. I know it's flat. It's measured that way. You're being absurd. I don't need a gun up to my head. What are you talking about? I know it's flat.
Yeah, I accept that. I accept that point of view, Nathan, and I understand that, and you are correct. Most flat earthers just have a belief. They don't have a knowing. But if you spend a couple of years, no matter which one of these people, whether it be Ranty, Rachie, Jaron, whoever, if they've spent several years like fighting for a side, and now they need a conversation, no matter what your belief is, it makes no logical sense that you would need a conversation on the topic. I'm sorry, I just can't marry that. It just does, no, you can't spend that much time after you've made the decision that this ball is not working out. Whatever turned Rachie to the flat earth side, like whatever that was, how come that is by the wayside now? You know what I mean? Or half by the wayside. The same for Ranty or Jaron or whoever else. What's that about? You need a conversation on the topic? Then what were you doing for 2-3 years or whatever, fighting against the ballers? What's that about? Do you know what I mean? It's like, makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, if those are the conclusions you've drawn to realise that they're shills, then that's fair enough for you, I suppose, Brian.
But I'm not even saying what they are or are not. I'm just saying that they're what the fact that someone would require a conversation on the topic, like Flatside had, or Fight the Flat Earth had with Rachie, or whoever has, like MacToon had with Jern, or whoever had Ruhif and whoever with Conspiracy Cats with Ranty, or, you know, why would you need a conversation after you've actively fought for a side? You know what I mean? Why would you suddenly need a conversation on the matter? It just doesn't.
I'll tell you why. Because they've never done it. We've done it for 5, 6 years. So we've thrown ourselves in the deep end initially without any knowledge, and through the course of that period of time, yanked ourselves up by bootstraps or whatever the term is, so that we do understand all of these arguments. A lot of the flat earthers around us shied away from that. Now they're late in the game and going, oh, well, really, I should know all these arguments. Better get into the thick of it. 7 years, 8 years later, well, they are, and they're doing a really poor job. It's a little maybe unreasonable to say, well, they're not at our standard. They should be. Well, it's taken us 8 years to get to this standard, doing it day in, day out in debate. So is it reasonable that the guys who shied away from doing that would be anywhere near the standard we are? It's not self-indulgence, by the way, if you're listening thinking, what an arrogant prick. Yeah, we are fantastic. We know it.
Yep. And don't forget where Rachie started. Started with BALLBUSTERS over there. So they're all uniting, and they're going to form a clan. And they're going to take down FED and kill you along with FED. That's their plan.
What do you mean? That Rachie started with globe dumpsters. What?
I don't remember that. I don't remember her starting with GlobeBusters. I remember having nothing. I do remember.
With Bob.
No, she didn't start with Bob. She just started and Bob came across her. She didn't start with Bob. I remember talking to her when she first got into this.
Well, she got acquainted with Bob, and he got his hooks in her.
Well, fair enough, but I still can't understand why someone would need a conversation. I'm sorry, I just can't. Like take it out of the realms of this arena, any arena. Why would you need a conversation? Why would you need a conversation? You know, I don't get that. I don't get that.
Are you saying that you're having a hard time with needing a conversation? Is that what you're saying?
Well, on a topic that you fought for, I mean, for at least she's at least fighting for at least 2, if not 3 years. And Ranty and Jaron and whoever else. Well, why would you need to give the Globe a chance? Why would you need a conversation on it? It makes no logical sense.
Brian, it's the equivalent of me as a salesman going to a manufacturer of a product, gathering up the product, and then going out on the road selling it for a couple of years successfully. People buying the product, and one day I walk into the MD's office and say to him, "Does any of this stuff actually work? What does it do exactly?" We need to sit down and have a conversation about this stuff. I should really know how it all works. I've been telling people it's great for years.
Mr. Perfect analogy today. Get a grasp. You're pissing me off.
Yes, why would they need to talk about it, Brian? Why would they? You're right, Brian. Why would they? Like, if you didn't know, why didn't you shut your mouth the last 2 years till you did know?
Well, that'd be my attitude. Like, if I didn't know, I wouldn't be fighting for a side. I mean, I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't have labelled myself or called myself anything. I just wouldn't know. Do you know what I mean? I don't go fighting for a side in the arena of biology. Let's just say, right? Saying one person is right or the other person is wrong. I'm just using that as an example because I don't know anything about biology, right? Now, I don't even know if there is 2 sides. I'm just saying, right, as an example. I don't go choosing a side and then 2 years later going, you know, maybe I need to have a conversation on that. It's like, that doesn't make it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry.
You know, maybe I need to actually have what's a cell?
Cell?
Just before that,
yeah.
I like the analogy. It's only applicable if they're trying to fill a gap right now in a very bad way. They're not trying to do that. These salesmen now took to the streets, and instead of trying to sell this one product, they're saying that the other product you can do it just the same on the other product. Honestly, and when asked how, they then attack you. Yeah, but that's what they're out there doing right now. They've not come to their manager for advice. They're telling their clients that their manager knows nothing, and the other product that they're not even selling is just as good. Give it a chance.
The stuff they've already got. So it's like me as a hi-fi salesman. I go out and do the demos with the hi-fi, and at the end of the demonstration, go, do you realise you can just get sound straight out of those telly speakers you've already got, right? You could just stick with what you got.
Another great analogy. And a cell is an 8x8 place where you get put when you are a bad boy or girl.
Yeah. This one,
surrounded by cinder block and steel.
This one has legs. I mean, you can give a lot of good analogies in this situation. This could be the analogy show.
Let's carry on.
No, I'm just saying those were great analogies. Usually people fumble, bumble, and stumble into doofus analogies. But these are absolutely perfect, right?
I can't quite figure out if this is a sarcastic tone or not. You're right on the cusp of it being sarcastic.
It's not. I'm not being sarcastic. They're really good.
Well, Nathan's always been the analogy man.
I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't say that either.
Go ahead, Adam.
Anyway, it's been fun. The point is, when these arguments come up from people like Rachie and they start sticking glasses over the top of balls and telling you that an area of equal elevation is possible, or drawing a tangent line out into space and telling you that it can give you a GP at 90, ground position, out in space, you just point out how they don't. And when they, as Adam puts it, become disingenuous and are trying to convince you as a flat earther or a perceived flat earther, like Bev, like Elle, like Rachie in this example, you just have to draw the line somewhere and go, okay. Oh, you're disingenuous, shill. Just, okay. You either don't understand this, i.e. it's beyond your comprehension, or you're intentionally ignoring it, or intentionally bracing against it at the very least. I've not got time for that. Fine, brace against it. No worries. Won't change it. That's the point. Point out where they're wrong, move on.
Yeah.
Though it is to appeal to motive. You know, we could spend a long time speculating about whether or not Dell is a shill, whether or not Jaren is a shill, whether or not Rachie is a shill. Who cares? Even if they were. Remember Dave Weiss once said, right? He's talking about the argument from, let me get this straight, this is back when everyone was calling everyone shills. And Eric Dubay had claimed, or someone had claimed that Eric Dubay was a shill. David Weiss's attitude was, if he's a shill, give me 100 more just like him. Great. Look at how many people he's brought to the subject. Wonderful shillery. If that's his game, to be a shill, then give me 10 more. Because what better job could a shill be doing? You know, that was his attitude. So if Rachie is discussing the whys and wherefores of flat Earth and is a shill, and people are coming across their content and then being made aware of flat Earth on the negative because it could be a globe still, because you can get an elevation angle from a area of equal elevation if you put a bloody glass over a ball. Then if people buy that and swallow it, and more fool them, they're stupid too. More likely they'll go, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but maybe I'll look into this further. In which case, good job, Rachie. You've been discussing the subject. That can only help. More exposure is more exposure. There's no such thing as bad news. Great. Just put some positive spin on it if you want to do it that way. If you do need to appeal to motive and end up at the point where you think she's a shill.
Well, the position we're in the arena at the moment is a very unique position. We've never been here before. The problem isn't disproving a globe. The problem isn't proving a flat Earth. The problem is convincing the people that the globe is disproven and flat Earth is proven. People in general, that's the problem we actually have at the moment. It's not proof and disproof, which is proof. We've already done all that. It's convincing people that those things are real. And sometimes you just can't.
Yeah, I don't see that as
I
a
would.
problem necessarily, because I don't see it necessary to convince people. Like, for instance, Rachie.
I
Right.
think you're
My
wrong.
attitude was, oh, I know you want to fight the good fight. You know, you're all for
No.
begging the question on their
No.
behalf to get into the fight, Brian. I know your stance. Me, I'm like, all right, go back to the ball then. Good for you. Go back to the ball.
No, you picked me up a bit wrong. The point is that I'm making is similar to what you just said, right? But it's not that I'm out there trying to convince everyone. It's that the problem we actually have, right, is, yeah, I'm not going to lie. The whole point of this is that I want the world to know, yeah? But the biggest hurdle we have, we thought was disproving a globe or proving it's flat. It's not. It's convincing people that these things have been disproven and proven. That's the biggest problem we have. Because it doesn't matter what proof you have. If the world is, you know what I mean, can't accept it or can't understand it. You know what I mean?
Brainwashing. People can't their cognition beyond what they already know to be true in the case of the Earth being a sphere flying through a vacuum. They can't think beyond that. So when you say it's more difficult to show them that it is disproven, they don't live in a world where it could be disproven. I do agree with you in the respect that if you presented a stone cold flat Earth proof in regards to it being measured to somebody who knows they're on a ball, at the end of you telling them, they can't believe you've disproven it.
Well, yeah. Well, even one flat Earth proof proves it's not a globe as well. You know, that kind of way. So it's kind of stupid to have globe debunks and flat Earth proofs, but one flat Earth proof just proves, well, it's flat. Not, it can't be proven flat and then possibly be something else. No, it's not the other thing. It has to be flat because it's proven. P-R-O-V-E, proof, or P-R-O-F. Sorry. Right. So, like, the problem is that getting people to understand that. You know, and okay, I got a little bit triggered a minute ago when you said you want to fight a good fight. It's like, and I felt a little bit embarrassed. It's like, yeah, I do kind of. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's kind of like, but maybe we'll end up in a position that we'll be a group of people who have a lot of knowledge that nobody wants to hear.
There's a distinguishment, Brian, between and the good fight's one thing, you know me. I took to the streets. That's one thing. Giving a flying cahoot about what Rachie does is a very different thing. The only reason I've got any interest is the disruption it's causing. I've not heard her speak for 3 years. She never comes in. I invited as many times as she was. All the friendly support she's had. And yet now's the time this little bird's found its voice. And what's it saying with its voice? They're the things I look at. Yeah, in terms of why I comment on this. Yeah, randos that aren't being disruptive, I don't care. Good luck to you. The information's there for you, like Nathan says. Yeah? I'll fight the good fight like you do, but I ain't chasing lost causes or any individuals per se. I'll flag them up if they're lying deceivers, yeah, who are disingenuous in their conversation when provided with evidence that destroys their viewpoint. A disruptive viewpoint that they've suddenly found, feel the need to come on all sorts of shows, including well-known anti-flat earthers like McToon. You know, very odd, shilly behaviour.
We're not prejudiced. We're very fickle when it comes to the truth. So everybody will get our 100% support until you talk nonsense. And flat Earth debate quite frequently. Regular Rotoox, his name is. Yeah. No, unfortunately not. Rotoox came on and started giving us his opinions, let's just call them, on an absolute up. Like, what are you talking about? And he was pretty insistent and, you know, went through it several times. But nobody was having it. It wasn't going to just be let lie. And like the day after, he's like, "Am I banned?" in the chat. I'm like, "No, Roto, no, you're not banned. Just because we disagree with something that you've said that's wrong, that's the only reason that there's been raised blood pressure on anyone's part, because you're wrong. That's it." So it's kind of, when there's a agree-disagree situation, it will get debated about. You can understand in this instance how someone could justify an absolute direction with something like Polaris, and therefore ascribe an absolute up relative to us when it's not relative, an absolute up when it's relative to us, I should say. Anyway, the point is, these things get thrashed out regardless of who you are, and what seems like, oh, well, you were really supportive of Rachie. I wasn't particularly, if I'm honest. But there we go. I'm sure you guys were, because you're all a lot more empathic than I am. Especially Anthony Riley. So a few commenters were like, Anthony was in love with this girl. By the way, he's speaking about her. No. Anthony's put in his effort like he does with anybody, because he's got a high degree of empathy. And when he sees that wasted, he's heartbroken. Now, heartbroken, not because he was in love with her, but just because he sees that as wasted time, wasted effort, a bit of his life he'll never get back. Whatever I don't know, I'm speaking for him. I'm sure he put a different spin on it than I am. But I'm just saying that is heartbreaking, and you're going to hear that in his tone, where it would come across as disdain from me. It comes across as heartache from Anthony.
It's heartache because he's spent the time to give his best explanations to educate. I think Brian's probably done it as well. Yeah, he spent his own time to try and bring her up to speed. Yeah, because female voices are a little bit more noticeable and a little bit more powerful in this community, because they're a lot rarer. Yeah, and that's why he invested his time, and it's very frustrating, I think, what you hear when it's just kind of ignored, and brushed aside, which is often very telling in of itself. And so many people have taken a lot of time to help you and support you. You're still not able to get it. You can make such a fantastic, poignant points, but you can't grasp. A chord's not the same as a surface sphere, or you'll deny it. This is when it becomes disingenuous, and this is when it becomes shilly behaviour, and this is when people's hearts get broken.
Well, where I'm at with it is not focusing on Rachie. I kind of gave up some time back on Rachie when she was going into the upward rising earth thing. I knew that was, and she was sticking with it. I kind of went, well, look, there's no point. Sometimes you just can't. You can't. No matter what you do, someone's going to go the direction they're going to go, and that's it. But in general, that famous saying, I think it could have been Mark Twain. I could be wrong, but I think it was Mark Twain, and it's so apt right now, and it sums up exactly what I've been trying to say. It's a lot easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. In general, in the world, not Rachie, Jaron, any of these people, just the world in general. It's so much easier to just fool them than convince them they've been fooled. That's just the most true statement ever, and that's, I would call that.
I think that's what our flat earthers often are doing in these sorts of situations. Instead of thinking maybe they've been fooled, maybe she's just turned back to the ball. Maybe they have been fooled, and there's certain people in this community that have been planted here and have been here a long time. Maybe we've been fooled. We don't like it, so we make excuses for them.
I don't know. I think we all have a certain amount of humility. If we have been fooled, we go, so what? You throw your hands in the air and go, yeah, wow, that's embarrassing. Or not even embarrassing, just that's interesting. I was wrong. It's not that big.
Right. I see it as an honor to be corrected. When I'm but I have to actually be ready to realize it first, right? You can't just feign it. You have to actually get it, and then it's like, yes, I just got it. I can overcome this. I can understand it now. I can help warn others against it. Right? I just gained something because of that.
gained an understanding and you relinquished a misconception. And in that moment, most people who lack humility find that very troubling, very difficult to cope with. Whereas I find that almost everybody who comes onto the FED panel has that particular trait where they have the ability. Some of them don't, or some of them are less reluctant, but they see by how others behave around them when they get things wrong, they just concede that they've got it wrong within a couple of minutes. And we're very, very hard on people who won't concede when they've been shown to be wrong, especially as the demonstration of how wrong they are gets more and more explicit and more repeated, in the tempers fray. Well, obviously we've got to live by that sword, and I buy that sword when we're wrong and say, okay, I admit it. But when you've been humbled by the biggest deception ever, very nature of the world you're inhabiting, you suddenly relinquish a lot of the perceived need to bash that away through embarrassment. You're like, yeah, I was duped by the biggest dupe ever, and everybody around me is still duped by it. So if I get curve maths wrong at the Isle of Man or something like that, oh well, does it really matter on the scale of things? No. For some people it really does, and they're still dwelling on that fact. Was I actually duped into thinking I'm on a flat earth?
Right.
And they question it.
And some ballers, they really need to be on that winning side, right? It's like almost a condition for them. So if they get the feeling, or they see something that contradicts that image, then they get really restless from that, and sometimes angry even, right? So that's also plays a part with other people.
There's a certain amount of social conformity that people want, and Neil is always going to be our example for this, and Brian, ironically today, even though he said he's embarrassed about it, so we're going to labour that a lot more. But yeah, when you're out fighting the good fight, it's because you want affirmation. You want people to believe as you believe. I'm not saying in this instance that Brian or Neil believe Earth is flat. They both damn well know it, and therefore feel that they want to put that out so that people can benefit the way they have. I get it. But it doesn't really need to do that. Once you know. And I personally don't really feel that I've got to gather up a group or convert the world. I don't see it that way. I mean, I do wear two hats in this regard. Sometimes I'll say the complete opposite, I've got to be honest. But today I'm wearing the hat where I'm like, I don't care. It literally, you don't get it. It's too much for you.
Sorry, I must be changing then, because I don't give a shit. Let Rachel go wherever she wants to go. Goodbye.
Right, there will be no people to replace it.
I concur.
No, don't let him trigger you, right? Because the only reason he does his show is for money. He doesn't give a shit about flat Earth, as he just said. Only for money.
In seriousness. No, in seriousness.
What?
You're right, I don't care. I just want the money.
I'm with you, Neil. I'm with you.
We all care in a way, right? Whether we can be arsed to get up and go and talk in a town centre and try and hand out leaflets or do this, we all care and make an effort in some ways. You need to make you hear the frustration of the effort he makes. Some of it is to survive. But ultimately, he chose this not just because it's evergreen, but because there's a reason. You do want to disseminate this information. Your different routes. That's the blessing of. Look at the Flat Earth debate panel. We're all very different in that. It's great.
The difference between me and
specifically, hold on. I'm specifically speaking about the Rachel situation. I just don't give a shit about her. I don't care.
Okay, we got that. Yeah, we got that.
The difference.
Neil, we're on to something positive there, and I need to bring it back to.
This is very telling how much you do care by the fact that you had to repeat it twice. That tells me you care deeply.
I really want to hear what Brian has to say.
But anyway, yeah. The difference between me and Nathan is I can accept the embarrassment. The embarrassment of the embarrassing feeling I get when I know that I actually do want to disseminate this to the world. Whereas Nathan pushes that down and pushes out a front of a lion. Nothing bothers me. I'm not bothered while he runs a show that's all based around bringing people to the topic. So I'm sorry, but Nathan, you are doing your best to get that out to the world. and you'll have to
Sorry,
just accept
okay,
that
right,
embarrassment.
I'll give you a comparison. Right, I love hi-fi. I've given examples on it in this show, right? That's what I used to do. It was my main career before I gave up the flying around selling amplifiers to studios and dealers and distributors. That was my main shtick, doing hi-fi, basically. High-fidelity audio equipment. Love it. However, when I used to get back off a plane, train, whatever I was on, and I'd come home, and then you sit down and someone phones you up and goes, I'm just having this little issue. When I put my stereo onto TV, it doesn't give me the sound for the skybox. You know what you feel like saying? Go yourself. That's what you feel like saying to them. You've done it all day, and you've given your 100% passion in front of the dealer that might give you money. And it doesn't change the fact that the dealer got the truth, and you were 100% passionate about what you put in front of him, and you did genuinely enjoy the demonstration of the music that they picked out and put on for you on their massive soffit-mounted studio speakers that were enormous. And you were blown away when you went, "Wow, that sounds awesome." You meant it. But when you got home and someone closely related to you by blood says, "Can you make my skybox work?" Piss off! Think this is? I'm not working now. Are you going to pay me? Doesn't mean I'm not passionate about hi-fi. It means that once you've done your day's work, you feel like you've had enough of it. Well, for me, when I'm doing my day's work, which is all day, every day, I do it from the moment I get up till literally the moment I fall asleep. Sometimes even when I'm in my sleep. You know what I mean? It's all consuming. When I'm not doing it, like when I'm out doing something for the kids, do I sit thinking, this mum in this group might need to know Earth's flat when she mentions the globe? Why hell, no. If somebody was to mention it, would I go out of my way to lie to cover up what I am? Absolutely not. If I was in a position where I had to just admit, well, actually, I actually don't believe that, as you're forcing me to give my opinion on it, I'd have to tell them. Unless that was the circumstance, I'd never even mention it.
That's different now, isn't it? As an older flat earther now, whereas like when you're first in it, you even heard that across the room. You'd be over there, you'd be shuffling. Yeah, now you think, oh no, I can't be arsed. Thank you. I agree with you there. There's a level of evangelism, yeah, but we all enjoy and think it's as a purpose, yeah. Whether we're say to the extreme, like I've done that. I've heard flat earth and gone, you know what I mean? And you've tried to poke the conversation in public. I wouldn't dream of doing it now. But you must have done it in the past, Nathan.
Oh.
Early on.
Yeah. People brought it up to me. People figured out what I did and then would start to poke. That's what would typically happen. If they knew what I did, they'd start having a little jab. I did it once. I'll confess, right? When I was still working at Tesco, so I hadn't actually transitioned to YouTube full time, and I was doing Flat Earth UK. I was interviewing people about their entrance into Flat Earth. The opening question being, how did you find out Earth is flat? I was doing that at the time. Then I ended up doing something in the store instead of out delivering on the van I used to drive. For whatever reason, that particular day, I wasn't out on the van. I was in, stacking shelves or doing whatever with a colleague who was doing it on the same aisle of crap or whatever we were filling. The subject did kind of naturally come up, and I started what everyone would call flat smacking this guy. So in that instance, I made a video about it as well, describing to him what I just found out within a few months of finding it out. And you can't help yourself. You're right. So I can empathise. I can put myself in that situation where I have done that when I was very, very green, and like I say, still trying to transition from part-time work to full-time YouTube. So obviously I've got the passion because I wanted to go into doing flat earth debate full-time, and couldn't support myself with the money from it because there wasn't any, and still scraped by now. But that's not the point. The point is I was, having to do a part-time job to keep myself going, and in so doing, I ended up doing it once with one guy. Beyond that, lots of people had conversations with me about it, but only because they knew what I was doing on YouTube. All right, you think the Earth's flat? And then they'd give me grief and literally bully me about it. Now, there was bugger all I could do about it, and it was tolerated even at a corporate level because of the subject. In other words, it didn't matter that what was literally going on was bullying. It could be written up exactly as that in terms of how it was approached and how it was dealt with. into interaction between colleagues. It was flat Earth. It wasn't ever taken into consideration. The only time it ever got mentioned by management was when I happened to be in uniform on a video I made. I was talking about the subject, and they're like, "Go on that." That was it. That was the only time they ever brought it up. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm not having that. So the only time you ever evangelised for flat Earth was when you hadn't given up everything to work as a flat earther. What a great argument.
Yeah, that's the only example I can think of.
Yeah.
That contradicts the point I've made. I'm sorry.
No, my point is we're all doing a bit, is what I'm saying. And they're all very different bits, but it works quite well, doesn't it, really? People enjoy different bits. I'm not saying when Brian, because Brian does so much, like talking to people. Fucking idiots. Yeah? If you look, real fucking idiots. Yeah, the amount that Brian, I couldn't be asked to do that. I mean,
I actually don't. Other than talking to you.
I've seen you post it. I've seen you post it in Master B.
Comments, you get into the wrangle dangle. I like it when you're in my comments.
Oh, you're talking about in the comments of YouTube videos, and I get into it there. Don't get me wrong, I do, but I don't approach it with people around me. The basic people around me know my position on it, and there was one time I did bring up the subject. I did call, like people say, "What are you doing?" And I tell them I tried for a very small window of time. I tried just telling them, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther. That's what I do. I'm online a lot doing." Going through that. But I didn't continue that on. I'm not down in the park approaching people, walking their dogs, telling them they're the flat. And I've never done that. Never, ever. I don't see the point. Because you can't convince somebody. It's more about, for me, when I talk about getting some truth out there, I'm talking about getting it out there to the point where the public are showing it by the sources that are showing everything else, if you understand what I mean. So those mainstream sources, when they can't ignore it, something they can't ignore, that they have to address, that's when the public get to see it, and that's when they start taking it serious. Because me, I'm just some randomer on the street. They're not going to take me serious if I approach them. But if someone wants to broach the subject and bring it up with me, I will put them straight. Now, I won't go, it depends on they might bring up gravity, and I might put them straight on gravity. But I won't have to go straight into it's a flat earth. Do you know what I mean? Unless they want to go further, I can just put them straight on gravity and have them scratching their heads a bit. I don't have to go further than that. But that's only, and I do it in a friendly way, and that's only if it comes up naturally in a conversation. I don't ever push it, ever. Because there's no point. Because if someone tries to push it on me, I wouldn't. Go on, sorry.
No, I thought you were finished. Go ahead, finish up, and I'll say something.
Jeez, man.
That was brilliant.
I stopped twice. What the freak?
Well, he was having a seizure for a second.
Having a seizure.
All right.
I thought you were finished.
Why are you breathing? Anyway, there was one time, but it was more than one time, but this is my line. We were at that Ark encounter, and they had dinosaurs on the Ark. So this woman was looking at it, and she was talking about it, and I said, wow, so you must still believe that the Earth is a spinning water ball. That's my introduction. And I do that often. So maybe I do care about humanity.
Neil, you strike me as the guy that is out there flat smacking all the time.
Never, never. I hate that terminology, flat smack. If a window opens up, I will say something like that. Right. That's what I say.
Window sniffing. Sniffing for windows.
Yeah, maybe. That's about right. If I'm out, I'm sniffing.
Lack of self-confidence. I'm not 100% sure. I need to convince everybody around me. If everybody around me agrees, I'll be comfortable then.
No, that's not it. You keep saying that. We care about humanity. You don't. You're a heartless bastard.
I don't care about humanity. Do you like taking these things to an extreme? Where I'm like, off the clock. I prefer not to talk about flat Earth because I do it all day, every day as a job. Doesn't mean I'm not passionate about it. But, this idea that you have to convert people. You don't. Now, does it mean that I don't take great joy in the commenters that come and go, oh, I've really learned a lot here? Obviously, that fills me with joy. But I'm not of the ilk that likes to take... Now their side are rejoicing because Rachel's converted back to the ball. Total bollocks. Nevertheless, they're all rejoicing. Yes, converted back. Yes, more for the consensus. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't have that. Oh, you've converted to flat Earth. Do I say that? Normally, it's that's completely wrong and totally nonsensical. Wait a second, Nathan. I'm a flat earther. I couldn't give a crap.
Exactly. That's the difference.
Heartless bastard.
Get a grasp.
Heartless. I just don't get if you're here talking and you happen to be a flat earther and you happen to learn something new about how Earth is proven to be flat, where previously you only believed it, and you go, wow. And at that point you go, you know what, I don't actually feel the need to go around telling everybody anymore. Like, well, that is a job well done. But suddenly your confidence level has gone beyond, I need to get this out to the people, and beyond enlightenment. You're like, yeah, I know it's flat. I don't feel the need to preach about that at all. Confidence level is beyond that now. Yeah, I know. And if somebody challenges on me, you just smirk at them. All right. I mean, you might, for your own self-amusement, get into it a little bit. But it would just be a folly to keep yourself amused because you don't care whether or not they're going to be converted or not. You know immediately that they have been challenged in their affirmation of their own bias that they had, and suddenly that needs correcting, and the person who's challenged it is going to be the one that puts that straight. I don't want to get into that.
I agree with you there. I'll take it to street preaching, which I still enjoy and I'm looking forward to the next bit. I go there to do that, like I said, to disseminate the information. Hopefully you get some hits. If I engage with an individual that's going to oppose or even agree, it doesn't really matter. It's not for the individual per se you're doing it, because that's when you get feelings involved. Well, I'm upset that they didn't take my message. Yeah, there's no need for that. And even what Nathan's just summarised, the important bit for that is to recognise it with family. Otherwise, it does cause problems. You evangelising, that spouses or children, you know what I mean, or other family. That's where it creates problems. If you feel the need to evangelise like that. And I'll be honest, I did it early on, first year. Shit! I've got to tell everybody. I soon learned it weren't the best.
Well, sorry, Adam. I couldn't know you.
Did you think he was done?
Yeah, I did actually. I thought he was absolutely done. Then I heard it weren't the best thing. Yeah, well, just to add a little bit of balance. And this is not a personal attack on him, on the guy, right? But I'm in conversation with Lieu, right? Glenn Williamson. Now, Lieu has been, since probably about 2016, he's been in this, and he's right up there with the top of the ballers, let's just say. And he's still arguing with me that you can do geometry on optical phenomena, which is like refracted, whatever, right? Like, because he's claiming a refracted horizon, let's say, right? We know that, right? Because that's what they have. That's what the claim is, that their horizon is always refracted. There's nonsense. That's their claim. But he's trying to do geometry with the use of an horizon that isn't geometric. You can't do that. It's just against the rules of geometry. You can't have a tangent point that is to something that, or a tangent to something that isn't
to an illusion
thing. Yeah, a rainbow. It might as well be. You know what I mean? How do you do geometry on a rainbow? You can't measure something that's not really there. You know.
Well, it's nice to know how that geometric horizon's been working out for Reefy there. Good to know.
The point I'm making is, people on the ball side, people might be thinking, oh, Rachie, I think is kind of come back to the globe or whatever, nonsense, right? And they've done the same with Ranty and whatever, right? And they might shout out Jaron because he said, yeah, you could do this on the globe, right? Celestial navigation, right? wrongly. But the point is that Ruhif has been in this for years, and he's in the trenches for years, and he is still arguing. Like he's at the point where he's arguing that you can do geometry on a mirage, basically. You know what I mean? So that's technically. So if you look at it from that point of view, they have absolutely nothing. They have to believe that they can do geometry on a rainbow. If you know what I mean, it's not as if like one of us goes and decides to go back to the globe or whatever. It's not as if that's the end of the world. It's not.
Well,
Doesn't matter if 100 of us does it.
As you're saying, and move on. Oh, okay,
Brian,
Rufy. You keep
Brian-
doing your geometry on rainbows. Good for you, son. Good for you.
I just wanted to ask, how would you do geometry on a rainbow, Brian?
Geometric. What does geometric mean, Arwin?
The measurement.
Geographical positioning.
That's why you're going to need a non-geometric unit, like an Arwinian unit, to measure it.
Right. I mean, you could do like unknown dimensional geometry if you want to do. I mean, Einstein did it. So why wouldn't I be able to do a geometry of, well, a holographic non-local thing that I
Just
don't
paraphrase
really know
that.
how else to define?
What's this geography?
Non-physical Earth measurement, Arwin. That's what you've just said.
Yeah.
Why can't you do non-physical Earth measurement?
Yes. It was a joke question.
Well,
by the way.
Well, if anyone wants to go back to the globe, that's what they've got waiting for them. That they've got to claim that they can do geometry using a mirage. So off you go. If you think that's the way to go, best of luck.
Exactly. That's exactly the attitude. Well, good for you. On you go, son. Good luck with that.
And I hope you spread that around, and I hope more people come up and tell me you're doing that. Because I want.
Don't let the door hit you on the ass.
No, I want people.
When you were a little bit quiet in the pre-show, they're right. When you are a little bit quiet, I'm at 100% volume, and I can only just hear you. So whatever.
His volume was good a little while ago, but now it's not.
Yeah, that's weird. You should say that because I told him it was fine in the pre-show, and now it isn't.
Should I be louder, or can I even rumple?
Louder, yeah, louder. Twice as loud.
Oh, okay.
dB.
I'll just get close up.
Oh, he's pulling a Betty.
I see.
What?
A Betty.
Never.
Right,
yeah.
At some point, I'm sorry to break this little funsy up to do with shills and Raichi and all the rest of the good stuff we've been discussing. However, at some point we do have to actually transition onto the topic matter of the show, which is a continuation of Aaron and moreover the Globebusters team talking about the Michelson-Morley non-experiment with this dude they dragged off the street, as QE summarized at the beginning of the show, to insert random words about Michelson-Morley in between some science words. That's where we're at.
Yeah, but we got to first address the Dutch problem.
We have to first address the Dutch problem of leaning away from their mics.
Looking for attention, yeah.
Bro, I'm usually...
Yeah, that's what that is.
centimeters
They
away.
called that. Totally Arwin looking for attention, and Betty.
What?
As if we have to tell them to get closer to the mic. We're focusing on them and how they're behaving. It's just attention seeking.
Yeah.
And they'll say they're being over-talked all the time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now
It's frustrating.
Now you're too loud.
Brian.
Am I?
This all along.
I'm
One
speaking very
Dutch
calmly.
Only one Dutch. Shouldn't have both of them. If he's
Well,
choice,
it's your
which one do we
problem.
kill?
Did I sound loud, QE?
Get a grasp.
Got a grist.
D-Rose, they're ignoring you, D-Rose. Don't let them do
Hey,
it.
D.
As usual. And Nathan had the nerve.
here we
You,
go.
him and
Right,
Art
Because
you
when
put
we
me on
don't,
the,
he
Get
immediately
on
has
with
to
it.
speak
Get
for
on with
5
it.
minutes.
put me on the timeout. I didn't appreciate that.
Okay, you want context, obviously. So there's a new feature in YouTube where if you're a moderator, and you're up to date with your software, you can decide how long to time someone out for now. If you just want to time someone out for 10 seconds, you can time them out for 10 seconds. You want to put them a time out for 2 minutes? No worries, 2 minutes it is. Gives you a little timer. You press the button for timeout. It says put user in timeout. And it says, how long do you want to time them out for? I says to Owen, I'll just try it out. Just click on give user a timeout. Whoever's not on mute, please mute. Just give him a timeout. Give D Rose a timeout to try it. I've already given him 5 10-second timeouts just for fun. So Arwin comes along and clicks on put user in timeout. And because it doesn't offer Arwin the feature, D Rose instantly gets 5 minutes of timeout. Lucky.
Yep.
But you know what they should do? They should go on D. They should not. In other words, you time somebody out, and all the stupid statements they made disappear.
That annoys me.
What I want to know is,
me too.
out of the 75 people on the chat, why was I the one chosen?
It's
And then why did
called-
Aaron have to do it
called-
again?
It's
Because
called
we
the
were
fagging
timed out,
system.
so it
Rose.
wouldn't
It's
be
not
wasted.
because we were
Yes, Adam,
we were
that's what
giving
it
him
is,
a
yeah.
flogging. No, we weren't inducting him or anything. No, it's just because you are our friend and we can just tell you after the fact, just testing it out on you. Whereas some random guy that comes to the show and is really enjoying chatting gets timed out for 5 minutes accidentally. He may feel so put out that he never comes back. Whereas at least we can apologise to you.
Gotcha.
And after apologising, say, "Well, we don't really care. We'll do it again," or something to that effect.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad when Nathan did it, but Aaron, stay in your lane. Aaron, stay in your lane, man.
Yeah, but I didn't want to time out Adam Prof Price, right? Because he still had a history, and it was like, but I actually had a conversation. Your history was already erased, so I thought, okay, I'll just try it on you because it's all gone already anyway.
Huh?
Would everyone please stop doing that to D Rose? Sorry, Kiwi.
I was saying, huh?
Thank you,
because your
Brian,
mic
'cause
is
I made
still.
some significant points.
2 times.
Oh my God! All right, so here we go. Like Nathan said, Glowbusters Live. I'm gonna play this for about 5 seconds. You guys tell me if you can hear it. Here we go.
There's one more. Same thing over a plane and the orbits and how they look following magnetic flux lines.
Damn.
Can you hear that?
Sounds like Betty and Aaron's level.
Can you hear that?
You can hear it, but it's a little bit low. But that guy, if I remember correctly, he was low in comparison to the other person there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
thanks a lot, Hanoi Jaren. Appreciate that. We're gonna continue on. You guys ready? Or do you want a little briefing?
Respect to Brian. I can't remember what the shit they were going on about. Never mind people's sound levels back then.
Michelson-Morley. The Michelson-Morley non-experiment there was a load of waffle about what an experiment was, with a list of constituent parts that sounded like it had come from science buddies, with interjections about Michelson-Morley, and then a summary of how that science buddies version of the science method comported with it. That's about where we're at from memory.
Yes,
I remember,
and we hadn't got to Michelson-Morley.
No, we hadn't. Not really. We had got to this, like with the blood on a cell where you magnetize it and you get these ferrocells patterns that QE's got presented on screen now. There we go. Let's play from here. Get into it. We'll remember. You'll get into the stride of it. Grisp.
Get a grasp. This is Alan, the stiff they got off the street. I don't know who he is, but they pulled him up and they said, just put it together, some sciencey stuff with some science in it, and put some stuff in between that makes it sound like science, and then we'll see where we get.
Then they went.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering whether you think, who have you got for this? Alan?
Yes, it's Alan.
Shit, you got Alan! That's going to smoke it.
His YouTube name, I think, is Space Audits. I think that's who it is.
Space Audits. Yeah. So that's Alan. And Alan's come on the show to demonstrate his own ignorance for everyone. And then what he has in the background is the Globe Dumpsters. And they give their, just generalized, baseless color commentaries, rooting them on and stuff. So this is what's happening here. He's going to convolute it with a bunch of numpty, incoherent drivel. and they're just going to go along with it. But we're going to evaluate it as we did. Remember, he had a hypothesis. He's going to post it. I think he's going to post it again. Let's just go with it, and we'll just move from there. You guys will get right into it. Here we go.
All right.
By the way, audit NASA is Witsit.
If heliocentrism.
What?
I said, by the way, audit NASA is Witsit.
Audit NASA is I thought Witsit was Witsit.
I know, but he created audit NASA.
Yeah, but this guy's space audits.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do it. Let's play this. Don't interrupt for at least a few seconds. We want to at least get some of this video on this show. Come on.
Yes, we do. Here's the hypothesis. Remember, he's going to get, like I said, I thought he was going to go back to it. We already been through this. This isn't a hypothesis, right? It's just a whole bunch of frigging words that are absolutely meaningless. And in fact, debunk what he's trying to say, but I digress. I'll let him go.
Centrism were true based on the yearly cycles. The Earth is required to be in motion at a certain speed. That speed is 30 kilometers a second to be precise, in combination with the current understanding of electromagnetic theory.
That's debunked already. Maxwell's electrodynamics, that was debunked about 100 years ago. I think I already went over that last time, so I'll continue.
Which is based on a stationary ether that carries a charge potential for an.
So this is all about a stationary ether. I don't know what he's trying to prove with this presentation. Either ether or debunk the Earth's rotation or the Earth's transmission through the universe. I don't know which one it is. I don't think he knows. So just keep that in the back of your mind, because the hypothesis doesn't tell. This isn't a hypothesis anyway. That's why it's not telling us anything.
For an accelerating electric field to generate a magnetic field, and with that background medium to carry the charge potential of the electric and magnetic field induction, there's that will also affect electromagnetic propagation in the form of resistance to the speed of C.
Electromagnetic propagation, what's that? And the speed of C, that shit's already said there is no speed of C. There is no speed of light. So you guys are crossing or talking cross purposes. There's continuity errors everywhere.
To the speed of electromagnetic propagation if you're in motion relative to that ether.
And light's not electromagnetic. And what the hell is ether? Shouldn't you define those things before we get to what a hypothesis is and what your hypothesis is regarding what you haven't stated yet?
So with that understanding of the rate of induction of C.
With that understanding of the rate of induction of what? Who knows?
From Maxwell's equations and the etheric framework to provide.
Maxwell's equations were debunked over 100 years ago. So was Maxwell, by the way.
A mechanism for the variance of C. Earth's orbital velocity should be revealed in the form of a fringe shift pattern.
So now he's talking about orbital velocity. So I don't know. Let's just continue.
The variance of C should produce a fringe shift pattern corresponding to the resistance that the ether would have on a light beam.
What's ether? He hasn't defined that. He keeps on saying it, but it's non-defined.
Perpendicular to the direction of motion around the sun at 30 kilometers a second. So imagine you're driving down the highway and you stick your arm out the car window.
This is lovely too, and a man like me, perfect timing. You don't have an independent variable. Here they're talking about using the Earth as one, from one side to another. Of course, this blocks, and you're absolutely right. I mean, they don't have a dependent variable, let alone an independent variable. We'll get to that here shortly. But this comes and blocks everything he's saying. So this is absolutely perfect. Good job, Hanoi Jaron.
Your arm will experience air resistance.
Independent or dependent variable. What they're trying to do is notice if something varies. That's what they're hoping for. In their setup, something will vary. What they'll do is then ascribe what that variance means.
Like the Cavendish nonsense.
It's a little bit like when we were discussing space rocks with Nathan on Friday when we did that one. If we get this rock from space and drop acid on it, it might mean that there's been interstellar gardening, or it could be an accretion summation. We'll only know if we drop acid on it, because we'll get one result or the other. This is the same thing. They're looking for the variance. It doesn't matter what the variance is. I mean, in their case, it's unfortunate the lack of variance. But if they get a variance, they're then going to tell you, or they tell you in a second, it's going to be that drag. That perpendicular drag of the ether field.
Well, I think that.
Let me finish. That causes the variance, and this is the thing. We've never got the thing. We've not got the thing that's causing the drag. We're just going to hope for an effect, yeah, and then attribute that effect to the thing we're trying to examine.
Are you done?
This is Ethereanism. I think so.
Yeah, I said I think they're dropping acid.
Relative to how fast you're traveling through it. So
little can help.
For the hypothesis of the.
So this is the I thought you already read the hypothesis, Alan. So now that's not the hypothesis. These things are the hypotheses. The hypotheses of the hypothesis. Unbelievable.
This of the two models or the three models.
He's given a hypothesis of the three models. Did you hear him?
Models really, because this test, the way that it's framed is that this test was an experiment of the ether and that it disproved the ether. And
experiment of the what's ether? Don't you have to define that monkey first? So now we're going from the orbital velocity, which he mentioned in his little spill right here, to now whether ether exists or not. So we're just bouncing off the walls here with this non-hypothesis. Go ahead.
No, if you get a variance, there you go. Or ether.
That's stupid.
That's I didn't say it wasn't stupid, but that's the supposition and the proof you're being offered.
Right, they just presuppose it. Of course, we know what ether is. That's why we're talking about it like it's normal.
Arwen, you're going to have to get closer to your mic or not say anything.
Okay, I was saying, of course, they're just presupposing ether, right? Because, yeah, they're talking about it. So, of course, everybody understands what ether is. That's why they're talking about it.
Well, they're speaking across purposes because they're talking about a variance of C. C is defined. It's a defined calculation, a specific miles per hour rate. 671, blah, 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 miles per hour, million miles per hour. That's what C is. It doesn't have a variance. I mean...
It will be if it's going through ether.
But this is the thing.
It's moving in opposition to it.
Their variance their variance seems to be that C doesn't hold steady. That seems to be what the variance is.
No, it has to hold steady because it's traveling in a current. Yeah, the medium is also traveling in a direction, and as it tries to travel upstream, it's going to move slower than when it tries to travel downstream. That's its. That's the supposition. And if there's a variance, then we'll know that there's an ether, and we'll know in which way the current's flowing, won't we?
Get a grasp.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not true. The test was twofold. It was a test of Earth's motion and a stationary ether.
What is going on here? Did he just put it back over on this with that understanding right in there? Yeah, he did. What he did was he just switched it over to the next slide. So, okay.
Now, all the old ether frameworks that were put forward.
What old ether frameworks that were what? How is ether a framework anyway? What's ether? Then what's the framework and what's the old ones? What is he talking about?
I thought the framework was the method of appraising whether something was true or not the medium that you're going to appraise.
Right. Who knows?
were, by the old physicists and mathematicians were done to explain.
The old physicists and mathematicians. Who are these nameless, faceless, conjured idiots? What is it? He's just making shit up.
Various phenomenons a different way, so they fail at different levels explaining other phenomenon.
So they fail at different explanations explaining other phenomena. What? Crackhead.
And of course, their underlying and framework of interpretation was adherence to the.
Here we go. The underlying framework of interpretation again. Is he in Witsit swapping spit in the shower or something? What's this? What's this framework of interpretation nonsense?
Superchat.
Superchat.
Wait, Flatsy.
Adam.
She should just do it after that. No, Flatsy should do it after that. It's
Go ahead,
yours,
Flatsy.
Flatsy. Off you go.
Tony Wickham, he said, Dr. Becky can pick up an ant and tell you how many eggs it has picked up and how many times it has touched the queen. That's her space paradigm, and people suck it in and parrot that crap.
Did she actually? Thanks a lot, Tony. Did she actually say that?
I think it's an analogy to what's being claimed by Dr. Becky the other day.
Really?
The trouble is that, the Queen's real, the ants are real, they can touch. Supposition of accretion gathering from this piece of dust you've supposedly gathered from a second law of thermodynamics violation, yeah, isn't validatable. The Queen, the ant, and everything else is. This is the ridiculum of the
We got a super
drivel
chat.
they're feeding us.
We got another super chat.
Oh, you just been optimistic? Oh,
Are those? Did you just shout that out from Tony Whitcomb?
Yes, Arwen, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll
Sorry,
move
I
on.
missed that.
Copernican principle. So their question of how the ether worked and the Earth's relationship to it.
How the ether work? What ether? What's ether? Never get to that.
Regards to motion was that the ether was stationary and that there was.
Now the thing that we can't define is stationary. From Copernicus. Really? Can you post that citation for us, please?
they're the
Their
backwards people,
interpretation of-
remember?
What's that?
They're the backwards, unscientific people that think ether's stationary.
Jeez.
The ether wind effect was that.
Now we got ether wind. Who's that from?
See, a much more modern scientific way of viewing ether. Of course, it moves. Duh.
A little bit of history.
I'll be asinine, totally asinine to suggest that the medium doesn't move.
What medium?
Ether.
Well, that has to be a substantive medium. What's ether made of?
It's manifest.
It's non-manifest.
No, it is manifest for light to be able to propagate through it.
Darkness. It's made of darkness.
Oh, that's right. I forgot Brian's definition.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Thanks.
That because of the Earth rotating through the stationary ether, there's a ether wind.
So the Earth's rotating. Remember I told you. So I don't know where he's going with this. Is he talking about transmission of the Earth through the quote-unquote universe or the solar system? Is he talking about the Earth rotating on its axis, or is he talking about proving ether? We don't. This is all convoluted nonsense. It makes no sense. There's no point.
Effect. So when you're reading the old papers of how they describe an ether wind,
Reading the old papers on how they are describing the ether wind. First of all, where's the papers? Second of all, who are they? And what is ether? And then how is it a wind? Please. Let's see if he does anything like that.
that's the way that they're talking about it, and the way
Who are they? And there.
that I'll be talking about it. It's a stationary.
So you're going to be talking about it from them, from the nameless, faceless hordes, right?
Earth with respect to an ether wind. So let's see here. So for heliocentrism, in this experiment, in the Michelson-Morley experiment, that's going to.
This isn't an experiment. You have no valid hypothesis. This is just nonsensical drivel. With 3 models, you got one hypothesis for 3 hypothetical models. That's what he's got here, folks. This isn't even models. He's just making this shit up.
It says it in the.
What's that?
I'm just saying, if you read in just the basics of the Michelson-Morley demonstration, it says that they intended on measuring ether, or you know what I mean, the rate of ether. They were pre-assuming it before they ever started. So it's the same exact thing as. Go on.
Did they define it?
No, they just pre-assumed it. The same way as it's, when you look at Wikipedia and that, and they talk about Eratosthenes and how we pre-assumed it was already a globe of said radius before starting.
Well,
and the same with Alberuni.
Well, hell, you could. I'm not talking to pre-assuming is one problem, but usually when you pre-assume something, that something can be defined. So this is a double whammy, is what you're saying. So they're pre-assuming something they haven't defined yet.
Right, ether has not been defined for how long?
It's not the ether. You've got your interferometry set up. What are you measuring?
Don't know. We're going to find out here. Hopefully we're going to find out here in a few seconds, Adam. You want to put a cork in it?
All we've got at the moment is we want a variance. In whatever we are measuring, it's a variance. And then we'll interpret it from there.
All right. Let's see if we can get there.
So affirmation of heliocentrism would be 5 fringe.
We already did this. I'm gonna 5-er.
So falsified outside of the air tolerance means and all that producible outside. For the ether of air tolerance would be no fringe pattern, meaning that the speed of light is the end when it hits the.
There is no speed of light. You have it. Listen.
Silverado and Silverado HD.
Hold on. Sorry about that, folks. There is no speed of light, you numpty dipshit. C shits at 40. I played it at the beginning of this, of Ballbusters. I'll play it at the end, too. Thanks a lot, Chevy. Numpties. They're double whammying me.
That was a nice truck, though.
Came up with the way to test this. They came up with
not his name. Way to test what? What the hell is this? I guess this is the Michelson-Morley non-experiment on a vat of mercury. Right? Great depiction. I love the messages coming in, too, still. Blocking his presentation. Nice touch.
By the way, there's some people in charge of debate channels that ask the question, Michelson-Morley, is that a guy?
Oh, that's quite substantive, Hanoi Gerain. Some guy on a flat earth debate channel. Yeah, well, it's your job to elucidate the information of the non-experiment. So you failed. This is your failure. Clown.
No, it's 2 guys. But go ahead.
Yep.
Well, it's 2. That's quite substantive. Wow, there's 2 guys there. But therefore, ether? Clown.
And Edward Morley.
Wow, you can state their names. Your parents must be prouder than game roosters.
So these 2 gentlemen came up with a way to test this hypothesis.
Test what hypothesis? You don't have one. The one you posted earlier, that's not a valid scientific hypothesis. You'd fail 5th grade general science, and so would Michelson and Morley if they thought it was an experiment.
Various hypotheses. So what
the hypothesis or hypotheses? Which one is it?
They have here is a concrete slab over a vat of mercury that's held up by a wooden table or a wooden slab that's floating in the vat of mercury. So what they can do with this is they could rotate and orientate the device however they need to align it such that the one of the axis of the arms will be perpendicular to the axis of motion.
To what axis of motion? The axis of motion of the fairy tale Earth? Now, are we talking about rotational axes, or are we talking about the orbital transmission through the universe? Or are we talking about ether? Which one? Because those are the three on the table.
Versus orbital velocity.
Which one of those are we going to vary in this experiment?
Oh, I don't know, but yeah. This is gonna get good. He's already train wrecked himself. Listen, we're just dancing on the graves right now.
So far, I've got if rotation, and then we're going to find out if there's a variance in fringe pattern. Because I've got a table I can rotate, right? As you aligned to there, or as I did, which one are you going to vary the others? The things that you're asking, what does it relate to? Earth, orbital, galaxial. Is that the right word? Well, yeah. What are you supposedly testing here?
Don't know.
And on top of all of that, we're pre-assuming the medium is going to have an effect as well to create the interference pattern.
Yeah. The medium they can't define. No, the substanceless medium. We already had it defined. Michelson-Morley defined it for us. Remember about a year ago?
Well, it's the thing we should have at least found before we can test it.
Yes, at least.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Get it lined up, and it reduces vibrations and all that. So anyway, what they got going on here is they shoot a coherent beam of light through a prism, and it splits, hits these reflective mirrors, bounces back and forth until it...
Whoa. You got light traveling here. No. Michelson-Morley said that light doesn't travel. It's already there. That's what I'm saying. There's some serious continuity errors in here. You guys got to get your story straight. Go ahead.
Sorry for stepping on your QE.
No,
I
you're
have
not.
to say this, and well, I'm not that sorry, but I'm a little bit. Right? I have to say this, even though it's going to seem comical, it is actually true. They're looking for the speed of dark, aren't they? That's really what they're. Yeah.
I don't know. Possibly. That could be another player.
It hasn't got a speed, has it? If it had a speed, how could one go faster than the other?
About dark, you see. We're not talking about light. We're talking about dark.
Oh, brother. Let me continue.
So it hits another the beam recombiner, and it hits a photographic plate, and they take their measurement, right?
It hits the photographic plate. It doesn't. Not according to Michelson-Morley. It's already there. How can it hit it? My word.
And that's where they get their fringe shift patterns. So the idea here is that if there's a variance in the speed of light caused by Earth's motion, that light is going to be traveling slower as it goes along as it's traveling.
Why? And why is that in your non-experiment? Who knows?
Along the direction of one of these mirrors, right? That's aligned with Earth's orbital velocity.
Stop mumbling and spit it out. So he's talking now. He's on orbital velocity again.
Or perpendicular to that, rather. So.
Oh yeah. All right, here we go. Sorry about this, folks. That Hanoi Jaren has these friggin' nonsensical messages popping up in the middle of Doofus's presentation, but we got some meat on the bone here. So experimental variables defined, independent. So independent variable, the orientation of the interferometry, grammatically that's moronic. The orientation of the interferometer would be better said, but I digress. The orientation, I'm going to say it the way he says it. The orientation of the interferometry with respect to the Earth's direction of orbit. He thinks that this is an independent variable. What's the dependent variable? Penelope pit stop stockings? What?
These are all going to be right.
Done before you do, Adam. I just wanted to add. What's the null? What's the null?
Well, there might be, which is probably what they'll accept, but shh, like the 90. these variables are a bit like the rocks, yeah? If when we drop acid on it, it looks like this, and it means there's been exogenic gathering. If when we drop acid on it like this, it means there's been celestial gardening, like it was described in Becky's thing. This is what we've got now. We're going to have different independent variables for the scenarios of what the results could possibly mean. Yeah, there's nothing being varied, there's nothing being tested. We're just doing a parlor trick, and we're going to set it up in different paradigms, and each paradigm will have its own interpretation of what the results could mean. I'm guessing, because it's come back to me now, because I was asking at the end of the last program, what are these fringes? Now you've gone to this slide. I think that's what's going to be presented.
He's Jedi mind tricked you. His independent variable is the orientation of the interferometry. So what is the cause? So the cause.
So what that means.
So hold on. No, hold on a second. I'm not done. So the cause of his non-phenomenon, we haven't got to that yet. Hopefully he's gonna put this down here. So independent variable is the orientation of the interferometry. Is the cause of some phenomena. That natural phenomena. It would have to be a viable dependent variable, right? So he says here, changing the orientation of the apparatus. I guess that what they mean by manipulating the orientation of the apparatus and observing the fringes will allow us to interpret. That doesn't make any sense. That's non sequitur. Changing the orientation will allow people to interpret. It doesn't follow. It's nonsense. The results that it allow us to interpret the results and establish a cause and effect relationship between what?
That's obtuse. The last statement.
Can I say something real fast? And they think it's real. This is a real experiment. That's the funny part. They think they got it locked down now.
They're just using the watchwords and phrases and then incoherently putting them into this presentation without any connection or continuity to anything. It's like, it's so moronic. It's starting to aggravate me. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's really starting to piss me off with how stupid this is. Now we're back to the Earth's motion again. Interpret. What does this mean? What?
We're in a straight lie at this point because we're about to use correlation. I'll read the last sentence. Changing the orientation of the apparatus and observing the fringes will allow us to interpret, and you're going to come on to the fringes, will allow us to interpret the results and establish a cause and effect relationship. So we run the interferometry, twist it, run it again, and that will tell us now via correlation whether there's a cause and effect relationship. There's so many on the screen I can't see, but 5 fringes means each fringe corresponding to 5 kilometers per second is a positive evidence of heliocentrism. We're about to now use assumptive correlation with the results.
And they're non-experiment.
We're being told, yeah.
I thought this was described as an ether experiment. Is there a false dichotomy being stacked up afterwards to say, but if not, ether?
That would appear the only thing, unless we can subtract the ether wind as well, because whatever results we get, if there was an interference, it's not quite what what's this one? The Earth's direction of orbit would predict in terms of what you've predicted the results of the experiment could possibly mean. It's hard to keep up with that.
Because it's disconnected drivel. That's why. There's no connection to be made. You can't keep up with it. No one can.
I'm doing my best.
I know you can't, but I'm not saying it's on your part. The failure is not on your part. This is gibberish. Let's continue.
Any questions?
Not so far.
Yeah, how much of a doofus are you? True or false? That's my question to you. This is an absolute belly laugher.
No good.
Okay, cool.
No,
So for experiments of
the group in the back is all good. They don't have any questions. Like, they understand what he said.
What he said
Yes, you
is,
know, in
if I
experiment-
twist the interferometer, I'll get different results.
Yes, I know. We got that.
Can we see what the results are?
No,
'Cause
wait
there's
a second. We
some
haven't
hidden
got
science things doing my head in. Can't read the
haven't
rest.
gotten the dependent variable yet, Adam. We're trying.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're trying to say, from what I could get from what Adam was reading there, is that they're going to find the effect and the cause simultaneously.
Oh my God. They can't. You already have to have the effect. That's the dependent variable, and it better be natural. So, like I said, it's incoherent drivel.
It's important to have your
Absolutely.
independence, your controls, and dependence and such. So we'll go over that in the Michelson-Morley experiment.
It's not an
So the
experiment.
independent variable would be the orientation of the interferometer with respect to Earth's direction of orbit. The apparatus was aligned such.
That's nonsense. That's not an independent variable. I can't wait. He's got to put the dependent variable down here somewhere. I don't think it's behind. No, he wouldn't have done that. So this message isn't blocking it. Hopefully not.
That it was perpendicular. That the perpendicular arm of the apparatus was to the direction of motion of Earth's orbital velocities, and that would cause a resistance in C, which would show which the variance would show a fringe shift pattern. So changing the orientation of the apparatus and observing the fringes will allow you to interpret the results and establish a cause and effect relationship with.
No, it won't. Unless you've already dropped acid, and it still wouldn't. This is stupid. It makes no sense. It's all non sequitur.
Why there's a variance, why there's a fringe shift pattern, right? In the first place. So interpretations of the result regarding the hypothesis to detect Earth motion would.
That makes no sense. Interpretation of results regarding the hypothesis. I thought there were 3 hypotheses with the hypothesis of the. Now we're back on detecting Earth's motion. Now, is he talking about transmission or rotation? Doesn't state it.
It doesn't matter what he's doing. Is exactly what Dr. Becky did. Fire loads of different hypotheses with different independent variables, right? And then wait for the results, and then flutter your ego with one that fits the best.
I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep.
There is that's all they're doing here. It doesn't look at what. Oh, I still can't see the results, but this is, I assume, based on the assumption of Earth orbit. Do the results we get match Earth's orbit?
Let's see where he goes.
Would be 5 fringes equals at 5 fringes at 5 kilometers a second would be positive evidence for heliocentrism. No fringes would be that C is invariant with respect to motion of the source or observer.
Oh,
and then
brother.
in combination with that understanding, you could come up with a framework to provide positive evidence for heliocentrism.
You're going to come up with the positive framework. So that ether framework. Is that what he's talking about? He doesn't know.
No.
That's what they.
No. Not ether framework. That's the medium. This kind of positive framework is a way of not using science to prove things.
Did with the special theory of relativity.
Special theory of relativity is not a scientific theory. Been debunked. It was debunked the second it came out. Number 1, it's a reification fallacy. Number 2, if you think it's a scientific theory, then we're going to need the hypothesis from his 1905 paper. Just the hypothesis, because there isn't one. You're not going to give me an experiment because there's not a hypothesis with it. So we already know it's debunked. So you're comparing your horse shit here to a debunked so-called scientific theory.
No, but it does fit the definition of a positive framework. A way of describing bullshit to make you believe something as superficial proof.
Jesus, this is a train wreck.
And then a slight fringe would be a station.
It's a good outline of the bullshit that they provide.
Thanks, Adam.
Nearing Earth with respect to an ether wind, positive evidence.
Here we go with the ether wind. We're going to need the definition of ether, and then what's blowing this ether around?
Against heliocentrism.
Oh, brother. Sorry, folks. We'll get back here in a second. There we go. Oh, here we go.
Variables defined.
Experimental variable. Now we're on to the dependent variable. I can't wait for this. Dependent variable. The fringe shift pattern produced is dependent. It's a statement. This is so. Remember what the independent variable was. What was it?
Oh, it was.
It will
Is
vary.
that a variance in C?
No.
Based on the.
Let me go back.
The position of the interferometry in respect to the Earth.
There it is. The orientation of the interferometry is the cause of the fringe shift pattern.
That's exactly what I said at the start. If you twist it, there'll be a slight variance in it.
If you twist it, they will come.
Yeah. That's why they bothered to mount it on the slab with mercury, so you could spin it smoothly, and they spin it smoothly, and it varies.
Ladies and gentlemen, if they posted that hypothesis, independent and dependent variable, to a third grade science teacher, they would have to take third grade general science over again. This is not This is not a viable dependent variable. It's non sequitur. That meaning they don't have a viable independent variable. This is a train wreck, running a train wreck of a dumpster fire rolling down the mountain. It's over right here.
This is zetetic.
What?
This is exactly what. Look at what they're doing. They're not trying to vary the cause of an effect, are they? Yeah. They're trying to set something up and see if there's a variance. Yeah. Set something up where in the most empirical way you can with the things that you think you know, and see if when I twist the table, it creates a variance. Now, from that point on, if it creates a variance, you might want to explore forwards. But what they've done is gone, right, if I twist the table and it varies like this, it means I'm on a ball orbiting. If it twists it like this, it means ether wind. If I twist it like this, it means nothing's happening at all. Yeah, that's the nonsense. There is a use to zeticism, but not when you take it to fantasy again. Ordinarily, you might find, is it a fault in the equipment? What's going wrong when I twist my equipment? Would be another good starting point with what supposed phenomena should be. That if there is a change in orientation of the apparatus, there is a phase shift.
Adam,
that should be the thing they're looking at.
Adam, have you dropped acid?
No, I'm trying to be kind.
What? Where we go? This is convoluted. It's already over. It's done.
Can I sum it up? If you don't mind.
I thought I already summed it up.
Okay.
Okay. So this isn't a viable deep. Is somebody snickering in the background?
You must have dropped acid. Well, what do you want? Just dumb silence?
No, we could just move on because this is not a viable dependent variable, making the independent variable a laughingstock, making it's not a hypothesis. Of course, we already knew that from the previous hypothesis. This is a train wreck of an epic dumpster fire rolling down the mountain. It's all over right here. You can't, now we can go forward, which we will, but other than that, I mean, your additions onto it, trying to somehow be kind to Dumb Animal Week with these guys, it's just going to prolong the show for no apparent reason.
I'm trying to make out the point that if there was a difference, right, then it's not reasonable then move forward and make the assumption, as they're about to do, that it's either Earth's assumed motion through a stationary ether or a stationary Earth with respect to an ether wind. Because, I said it again, what are you measuring, right? What can I interpret the results of my device when I twist it? If there is a variance, what that means, that's the fundamental issue here. Before you even proceed to an independent and dependent variable, the level of ridicule stops at that point when they're trying to claim the apparatus does something that it is not purported to do, i.e., it measures ether.
Well, I know that when I look up into the sky at any time, I have never observed fringe shift.
Thank you, Brian. So,
in a strong wind by fringe shifts.
So the dependent variable must be the natural phenomena observed. Do we observe fringe shift patterns in nature?
Nope.
Nope. Then it's not a viable dependent variable, making the independent variable a laughingstock, making the hypothesis an abject train wreck, and making you, who think this is an experiment or hypothesis, a moron that would fail intro to third grade general science. Period. That's
I might
all this
observe
is.
them. I might observe them. They might be there. Yeah?
What?
And even I might observe them. My eyes can't tell. They might exist as I
really?
study light. Yeah, they might exist as I study light.
Oh, brother.
They might exist. Right? Or
no, they don't.
But what I can't do is make the subjection that if I get result A or B, it means either there's an ether wind, something I don't know what it is, why it's windy. Yeah? You don't know what it is. Why would you know why it's windy?
See, you're
Or assume
chasing
it's
the
windy?
you're chasing a fallacy. This is a non sequitur fallacy. You're chasing the fallacy. You're pulling Anthony and to a lesser extent O'Brien.
You can't prove ether doesn't exist
Thank you.
when you don't know what it is.
Brian
And
in the
nobody-
background. says,
Exactly.
Thank you.
I wasn't trying. I never mentioned ether. I said there might be a differential in the fringe pattern based on orientation. There might be a really good reason to be building that vice and spinning it and seeing, and there might be a difference. Might be because the machine's broke. Might be not.
Just whistle past the graveyard. Just whistle right past my statement. And I thank Brian. That was priceless. Thank you.
I knew you'd like it.
They think they got something.
No. We got Adam here. He's going to let him whistle past the graveyard, and Adam's going to traipse down every one of their non sequitur points for my audience.
Been past about 13 graveyards so far. Start digging up bodies. So, you know.
Can we get there? Can
I'll
we
stop
go?
the defense at this. I'll wait for something else to defend now.
All right.
No, it's
And,
very
the
obvious
strength of
what
the
they are.
readings-
Oh, God.
I was going to say it's very obvious what they are, and it's the very thing I charge with. They're hypocrites. They're trying to replace something that's already there, that's known to be pseudoscience and nonsense, with their own version of it. And all they're doing is attacking general relativity and Einstein to replace Einstein and general relativity, whatever rubbish they're trying to shoehorn in there.
Why would
That's
they
all
do
it
that?
is.
Yeah, but they're train wrecking themselves because they got the ether, love, and Einstein right there. Maybe not with special relativity. They don't even know what special relativity is. And they don't know what general relativity is. But in general relativity, Einstein needs his ether. So they're train wrecking, they're torpedoing their own arguments unbeknownst to them.
Yeah, it's a refracted horizon. Yeah.
Exactly.
At various times a day will help establish a cause and effect relationship. Is it truly Earth and being in motion? Because at certain times of day, with the Earth rotating
Shut
that
up.
orbital, we have
Uh-oh.
vibrations.
What do we
and-
got here? Experimental variables defined. Controlled. Then controlled. Vibrations are controlled. Oh my God, dude. This is so bad. Mounting. Okay. This is a family show. Mounting the apparatus in Mercury so it would float evenly level and not be disturbed by small vibrations. Vibrations of what? Who knows? Additional mirrors are more control variables. Increasing the readability of the fringe patterns by adding more reflective mirrors. This moron thinks that's control variables. What a numpty dipshit. Do I need to go on any further here? This is like evaluating Elmer Fudd.
Closing the windows.
Say again?
I'm just saying that they also put down closing the windows as their
I don't
control
know.
value.
This same message has been up there blocking the whole presentation for a while. We can't read the bottom half of it.
It says, and before we started, we all washed our hands.
And the message right in the middle of, or lower part of his presentations, it's been there for the past 5 minutes. I've never wanted to do online dating, but I've tried dating some non-flat earthers, and I don't want to do it anymore. That's perfect. It's lovely. Thanks, Hanoi Jaren. It really makes the presentation, it gives it a little bit more professionalism. Fucking idiot.
The environment, the nearby area. So by mounting the apparatus in a mercury vat so that it floats nice and level, and it's, you know, independent of the what's it called, like vibrations and stuff from nearby.
Stop mumbling. From the vibrations and stuff nearby. What's causing vibrations nearby? An idiot.
And then we have additional mirrors were added to the apparatus to increase the length that light has to travel. So this allowed them to get
increasing the by adding more reflective. Let me take a closer look at this. Increasing the additional mirrors, increasing the readability of fringe patterns by adding more reflective mirrors. That is increasing the travel time of light. Huh? What? Can anyone on the panel what?
More reflections equals faster light.
Traveling.
More reflections equal faster light. Yes, that's what hit me when. Yes.
Okay then.
Allowing for the etheric we have etheric resistance. To have more of an.
What do you mean there? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
What it means there is keep it bouncing round my floating platform a bit longer. That will create a bigger divergence.
That doesn't increase the travel time of light.
It's not something you do in an experiment either, which is to set up a second experiment within your experiment just to choose how pointless your first experiment was. You may as well set the experiment up like that in the first place. Not add it as a control variable.
Oh, God, man.
It's not my words. That's what they just said. I just take the time to interpret what they're claiming.
I want to know what etheric resistance is.
I do too. That's the second point. No, that's the third point.
That would be us.
No, it's resistance. Yeah.
All right, too funny. All right, let's continue. Nathan, are you still out there, or are you shamming on us?
I'm not shamming on you. Outrageous. Paying attention, close attention.
Okay. As long as you still have a grasp.
Stronger readings by increasing the effect that the ether would have, that the ether resistance would have on the propagation, and taking different readings at different times to isolate the cause and effect relationship. So again, like I was saying with the rotation.
Taking different readings at different times has something to do with the cause and effect relationship? That didn't make any sense.
Of the Earth being aligned at certain times of day with the direction of motion. So here's
the direction of motion of what? That would kind of be helpful.
Topographical view
what
of that
the hell is
slab
this?
in the apparatus where everything was mounted in. You can see the path of light and what happened with it. And
Oh, yeah, we're seeing the path of light here. Is he on shrooms? That's rhetorical. Don't answer.
how it hits all these reflections and bounces back and then recombines, and then they look here for their
It recombines with Stephanie down here.
interference pattern. So
Oh, there's your results. Adam, you still there?
Yeah.
Yep, there's your results right here.
we have their data
See?
set that they provided
Exactly.
in the Michelson.
This is the data set.
If I twist it, then I'll break it. That's what it seems to prove.
The results of the observations are expressed graphically in figure 6. Allegedly, this is figure 6. We can't see up there. The upper is, oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. There's the 6. This is figure 6. The upper is the curve for the observations at noon, and the lower that for the evening observations. I don't know. In his hypothesis, I don't remember seeing any different times being tested here.
Hold up. So, if time of day and fringe pattern, is that what we're saying now?
I guess so, Adam. Thanks a lot.
Michelson-Morley experiment. So these are the readings.
The Michelson, that's not an experiment. We already exposed it.
On the days and the different times that they took the readings. We have the dotted line here, which is what they predict.
Great. We can see the whole page now. When you know. How long is that going to last?
That their friend shift pattern should get for for positive evidence for heliocentrism.
There you go. What does thunder reverberate off of?
And then the solid line is the actual readings that they got. So they got just over one fringe. So their interpretation is that they got a reading of 5.5 to 6 kilometers a second. So following.
Oh, shit. What do we got here? Step 5. That's not part of a scientific theory. I'm sorry, the scientific method. That's not step 5. Theory 1. I guess there's multiple theories here. Oh my God, dudes.
The scientific method that we listed earlier,
that was incorrect and from mutated science buddies that we destroyed with the first presentation.
5 would be conclusion and deriving a theory based on the evidence, right? So experimental results of the fringe shift produced was 1/6 to 1/8 of that is required to provide a positive first order measurement of Earth's orbital velocity.
There you go. That's what they measured, Adam. Oh, Adam.
I'm reading it. Okay.
No pressure.
Didn't he say? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Didn't he mention a few minutes ago, and he's mentioned a few times. There's 2 points I want to bring up. Isn't this called, is the Michelson-Morley a demonstration or an experiment? Isn't that called this? That's the name of the presentation. But he keeps on referring to it as an experiment. So he's already decided that it is an experiment, regardless of what the title of the presentation is.
Yes.
And secondly, yeah, it doesn't matter that means the title of the presentation is false because he already decided what it was.
Yes, correct.
Secondly, he talked about so many kilometers per second there. Is he referring to Earth rotation or something else?
No,
when he's referring to that.
He's back to orbital velocity. So he's talking about transmission now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, just in his experiment, his positive first order measurement. What the hell that means?
Yep.
Needed to be the fringe produced was only a 6th, the 8th of that required. Al-Biruni only got within 90% of the known measurement.
Super chat.
Super chat. Off you go, Cal.
From Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum, $10. Thanks, QE and panel.
Well, thank you, Lumpy Gas. Appreciate that, sir. Now we're back onto this. We're not going to get through this for the next 45 minutes because Adam's going to be going through here trying to figure out what the hell these numpty idiots are talking about. Because this is convoluted gibberish. Lorenz's ether theory. That's interesting. And later, the special relativity was debunked, so you might as well just take this out. Was this an actual scientific theory? Lorenz's ether theory. How much you want to make any wagers? Oh boy. Adam, do you need more of this?
I'm still working on the fringe produced was a 1/6 to an 1/8 of that required to be a positive first order measurement. First order measurement. I don't know. Of Earth's orbital velocity. I mean, they're the kind of experimental results that we all look for, aren't we? That kind of definitive statement.
Yes.
At the end of the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just quickly, you know Airy's failure. You remember when Airy's failure was called that because he failed to show Earth rotation. Instead, it favored star movement, right? Now, that is something you could say, right, it's not an experiment, but you could say that it's a demonstration that leans in our direction.
Yes.
Right? A stationary Earth.
Yes.
Doesn't make it flat, but it makes it stationary.
Yes.
What they're trying to do is take the same Michelson-Morley, right? Michelson-Morley were globers. They're trying to take Michelson-Morley and do that same thing with it. You can't. It's convoluted rubbish.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
If you would agree.
Yeah. Adam, I'm going to move on if you don't mind.
No, I just, all I'd say is, yeah, Aries. A good example of what I said earlier, a zetetic thing, yeah? He set it up as accurate as he could, like a normal experiment. Not to prove the cause and effect, but to come to, use logic to come to a conclusion. And Aries felt an example of that.
Super chat, Adam.
Dave Scott, $10. Music break, song request, Bad Moon Shadow by QE. I concur.
Oh, brother. All right. Bad moon shadow stretching across my path. You need the music. Bam, 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 bam. Bad moon shadow. That's enough of that. People are going to be leaving. Every time I get some good news, whoo, there's a shadow on my path. Good. That's worth $10 at least. Adam, I'm moving on.
Theory 1 for heliocentrism, attributing the slight fringe to instrumental air and using postulates based on the invariance of C regarding the source of motion, or regarding motion in the source of the of light.
What? He's tripping over what he's reading stuff that's not even here. What a moron.
And the observer, a mathematical framework can be used to interpret the lack of.
Oh, now it's a mathematical framework used to interpret. I thought ether was the logical framework. Now we have another mathematical framework. The lack of fringes. Through second order corrections, Adam. Length, contraction, and time dilation. Son, you can't dilate concepts. And length contraction. I want to see somebody take some length and then shorten it. Under the new frame, let me get through this. Under the new framework, based upon the invariance of C and the slight fringe produced in the experiment that's not an experiment, the mechanism of motion through space-time. What the hell is he talking about? Contracts
No,
the...
that's not him, is it? This isn't him now. Isn't this like heliocentric's response to the results?
I don't know.
I think that's what this sounds like. You'll just read it, look. Attributing the slight fringe to instrumental error, postulates based on the invariance of the speed of light regarding sources and observer can be used for a mathematical framework to interpret the lack of fringes. I.e., there are no fringes, yeah, and the results.
So nothing about ether resistance?
No, in this case, I think they're dealing with theory one, the heliocentric model. And then what you hear next is what I remember them saying, which is to claim, now the reason is because of Lorentz contraction. Everything stays in phase.
I see. Yes. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's continue with this.
The fringes using an ether framework or later special relativity through second order corrections, being time dilation and length contraction. And then under this new framework, the established invariance of C can be used as the mechanism. So you can say that the slight fringe that was produced was due to length contraction and time dilation, and you can extract that through second order corrections of the coordinate system transformation.
Oh, brother.
To say that the amount that it contracted by was the exact amount needed to provide the full reading to confirm heliocentrism. Right? So in relativity theory, an observer outside
the relativity.
But that's another good example, you see. You take the results and you apply them. So what those results, that slight variation in the phase, in the fringe, is now no longer because of the ether moving. In the heliocentric model, it shows you how much the Lorentz, that spiel he just gave you. Yeah? It's how you just take 1 second. It's just how you just take whatever it is you've got and redirect it to back to your paradigm to help support it. Off you go, Flatsy. Sorry.
Super chat, Adam.
I was back on it, weren't I? I was back straight there. I went straight over back to Flatsy. I'm back to Flatsy right now. Here's Flatsy.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum, $5. No public statement needed. I'd like you to consider the PM I sent on Discord.
No, I didn't read any PMs. Lumpy gas. I'll have to get back with it. All right. Appreciate it.
Where's this super chat? I don't see it.
Is it there? Let's see if it's there.
Not
1 second.
on YouTube.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, no public statement needed. I'd like you to... Okay, I guess he sent me a PM, so I'm going to have to review that. I can't do it now, Lumpy Gas, obviously, but I'll get to it. Super chat!
Super chat. So, DJ One Deck. I don't know what currency that is. $1.99 though. The
English pounds, Flatsy.
Don't worry about the amounts, just the message.
Okay, the globe is flat. It was measured like that.
That's correct.
Like.
Thanks, DJ One Deck. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. All right, 1 second. I'll get back here.
outside of Earth's reference frame should not or would not see a fringe shift pattern if they could observe the Michelson-Morley experiment being conducted on Earth. So that's
what the hell? I wish I could see the beginning here.
You've got to go back there. Just you can't see it because Flat Sabbath. Great name.
Yeah, I can't. No, I can't go. Oh, I got to go. You're saying I could see it before he got in there, right?
Just.
Okay, hold on a second, Adam. Okay, it's in between that one and that one. Okay, let's see if I can snatch it.
The results of the fringe shift produced was 1/6 to 1/8 of that is required to provide a positive first-order measurement of Earth's orbital velocity. Theory 1 for heliocentrism attributing the slight fringe to instrumental air and using
it's gonna be
postulates based on
quick.
the invariance of C regarding the corrections, source of the of light and the observer. A mathematical framework can be used to interpret the lack of fringes using an ether framework or later special relativity through second order.
No, it's too fast, Adam. Too fast. I can't get it.
Corrections being time dilation and length contraction. And then under this new framework, the established invariance of C can be used as the mechanism. So you can say that you trapped that amount that it contracted by was the
we're moving on.
Or would not.
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry.
But to it, you put special relativity. And that theory, that framework mathematically is actually based on you would get 30 kilometers a second. And that's so that's
What do we got here? Step 5, conclusion and deriving a theory. Oh, he's going to do the geocentric one now. So, experimental results, the fringe produced was 1/6 to 1/8 of that required to be a positive first-order measurement of Earth's orbital velocity, the same little spill he had the last time. So, theory number 2, geocentrism. Flat Sabbath. The Earth is stationary with respect to an ether wind that follows the sidereal rotation of the sky.
Boom. And now, after all that effort, getting the mercury to put your stone slab on, all that up, now you're going to know what you've been measuring all this time. And you've done all this and what the measurements mean. Because now you can say, well, I know I'm on a flat thing, geostationary Earth, so it must mean it's the rate of turn of the ether wind. I've proven it. Brilliant.
But you can't do that. And the
Just
reason
have
you can't
Brian.
is no, you need a distance to the stars.
Experimental results.
Hang
Or
on,
you need
let me
ether
finish.
resistance.
He's trolling you.
Yeah.
He's trolling you,
trolled.
Brian.
Brian, right.
How are
he
you
says
going
it-
to know?
No, Brian.
Hang
The
on,
fringe produced was 1/6 to 1/8. Well, it changes, but no, quite big. And it's not a real unit because it. Listen to the unit: 1/6 to 1/8 of something that we've just disproven. Anyway, yeah. But I've just showed you that it's 1/6 to 1/8 of something that I've just disproven. Therefore, proving that variance in the equipment is big rotation of ether wind.
Let Brian.
How could you?
Let Brian.
Cry, flat earther.
Hold on a
Cry
second,
you, not
Adam.
you non-etherite.
Adam, stop with the flagons. Cease and desist.
Flagons of wine.
Yeah, cease and desist for a second. Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, QE. How could you, like, at least with the globers, they were working off of Earth rotation, right? But how could you determine at what rate something is moving, right, if you don't know the distance to these things? Because that's what they're trying to determine. At what rate, right, it comes down to their right, the thing they happen to find, ether, is moving. But they can't determine a miles or a kilometer per second or anything. They can't translate back that over because they don't know what the stars are or how far away they are because they're directly they're like an antecedent for what they're trying to do.
Stars
How would
aren't
you do that?
important. I'm
But they
measuring how
are.
fast. No, they're not. I'm measuring how fast the ether wind is. That's what I've just
Oh,
proven.
brother.
It's 1/6 to 1/8 of the thing I've just disproven using the same results.
He's on the devil's advocate thing, Brian. This is going to go on. He's in this mode. We can't. Nathan, can you slap him?
What does any of this have to do with ether resistance?
And Nathan, Nathan, slap him
Oh,
too.
you've just been measuring.
Nathan is sitting back because Nathan called it earlier and said this is going to be a false dichotomy that he knows is going on. And he's going to wait for another hour, then he's going to say, see, I told you, false dichotomy. That's what he's going to say.
Now, let's look at this. This is good because this is giving me some insight here. So let's think about this first statement. The Earth is stationary with respect to an ether wind that follows the sidereal rotation of the sky. Are they? This is some insight here. So I think I understand that. Are they saying that star rotation is ether rotation?
No.
No?
Yes, they're saying
You
the
know what I mean?
star. Yeah,
No.
it is. That's
With
yeah.
respect to an ether wind that follows. Not that the same thing. It follows it. It might be the wind that drives the stars.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. I'm tracking with you now.
What else is blowing them around?
Yeah, but that's their claim, that they are moving due to the ether moving them.
You strawman me.
But they don't have any ether or a definition for it. All they have as a reference point is the stars and their movement.
Right.
So at least Einstein knew that, you know, they can make claims based on a rotating Earth because it's the rate of your rotation. When it comes to the stars, you'd have to know what they are, or at least you have to know how far away they are to determine at what rate anything is actually moving, because otherwise you just have an angular rate. And we know what that is.
We're not measuring the angular rate, right? We know the angular rate if we want to look at the stars at what they're moving at, right? What we're aligning and producing a solid correlation to, yeah, is that the rate of the ether wind is correlatable to that angular rate of change of the stars. This is adding to the preponderance of evidence, Brian.
Oh, brother. I'm continuing on.
But they came up with special relativity. And that theory, that framework mathematically is actually based on Lorentz's ether theory and framework, and it adheres entirely to Lorentz covariance and all that. So the only difference between these two theories, between an ether theory and space-time, is that Einstein said that
there is no difference between ether theory and space-time, because the ether lover Einstein stated that he needed it for general relativity. Now, not special relativity, that's true. So take that out, but you just can't make a blanket statement like that, you delusional dipshit, because Einstein's an ether lover. Let's make no mistake. You know what? I think it's time. Hold on a second. Let me find that monkey. Smoke him if you got him. Should be quick. One second. You guys aren't going to be able to see this. I'm not switching back and forth, but you've heard it before. People on YouTube can see it. 1 second. Where are you? What?
You going to an Einstein?
Yes, you know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. 1 second. I got it. Aha. So, ether loving Einstein. This is from his own hand, Albert Einstein, Ether and the Theory of Relativity from 1920. Listen up, folks. We may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. Shouldn't that be quantities? I digress. Endowed with physical qualities. I guess there's certain things that are physical to have qualities. Never mind. I digress, as you are. Endowed with physical qualities in this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. Right out of Albert Einstein's mouth. According to the general theory of relativity, Alan, you ass clown, space without ether is unthinkable. For in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light, see that, but also no possibility of the existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks. I think Einstein thinks time is clocks. Crazy sumbitch. Nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. Listen to this, folks. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with quality characteristic of ponderable media. You want me to give you a translation? Ether is a non-manifest medium. That's what this states. That's the translation.
You know what it sounds like to me? This is like the first dark matter, dark energy.
Yep.
It's like something that's like, it has to be there, but there's no way to just don't deal with it.
You got it. That's exactly right. But let's make no mistake. I don't
State
want this.
why.
I don't want this to
State
be.
why it has to be there.
Oh, fuck sake.
Because this is important, Anita. Look, according to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable. Or in such space, there not only would be no propagation of light. Okay, this is the luminiferous ether.
Correct.
Yeah. Make the distinction. What's its purpose? Its purpose here is to wave function, be the medium, the way light to behave like a wave. That's why it pisses Einstein off.
This is I just wanted everyone to recognize the translation of this statement right here. We've heard it before. Guess who we heard it from? 8 months ago, the non-manifest medium from that double-speaking lion Surat shits at 40.
Oh, the wave is the medium?
He denied that though last year when I spoke with him on his channel. He said when I brought up that citation about Einstein needing ether, he preempted it and came in on top of me and said, no. I can't remember what he said, but he basically denied the ether that Einstein. That's a different ether or something. I'd have to get the audio again.
Yeah, he's lying.
That's what he tried to say.
He's a double-speaking liar because this is the same damn ether that he spoke about shits at 40 a year ago. Endowed with quality.
It was last year I spoke to.
It's endowed with the quality characteristic of ponderable media. May not be thought of. Ladies and gentlemen, this whole statement right here is a non-manifest medium. That's what he's saying.
And don't think about it.
See, as consisting of parts which may be tracked through time, the idea of motion may not be applied to it. Yeah, because it's non-manifest.
Would a vacuum be a non-manifest medium? Sorry, Nathan.
I was just going to ask, what exactly does non-manifest mean?
That it doesn't exist, but you have to think of it as existing without thinking why.
It means exactly as been said there. Look, characteristic of or not endowed with the quality of characteristic of ponderable media. So it's anything that you can't ponder, because it's not real. That's what non-manifest fundamentally means. Not real. In no way could even conceive it. Yeah, it's not even conceivable. That's what they're saying there.
Would a vacuum be a non-manifest medium?
Yes.
Or would that be incorrect?
No, it's nothing. You can conceive nothing, Brian, can't you?
Well, vacuum is a nothing. Absolute nothing. As far as physicality.
Can you conceive that?
You can't even make a complete vacuum. It's not possible.
That's correct. So that statement's non sequitur.
Can you conceive it? That's what I'm saying.
Brian's asking if you can describe an empty bowl as having contents. That's what he's essentially asking.
In this
no content.
particular, hold on.
No.
Yeah.
No. In the middle of a point.
Go ahead.
If you take the apologetics as Flatz is used, that you can't have a perfect vacuum, and you can comprehend and conceive that most of it's empty, but there'll always be a couple of things in the way. That wouldn't preclude you from then comprehending, if you remove them, that would be a perfect vacuum. It's not about comprehension. That's one thing. What this is saying is, may not be thought of as endowed with the quality characteristic of ponderable media. Now, no media whatsoever has an implication to us as sentient human beings. What we're being asked with ether is, when there's no media, it means it's just not manifest. There's lots of things there. Really, there are. It's just got to have its dielectric inverted, and then it will become manifest. That's the differential, not a vacuum. A vacuum is part of that ponderable media. It's the antithesis, but it's still how we understand physicality and reality.
Well, that'd be darkness then.
Medium.
That's
Doesn't need
darkness then. Oh, brother. All right. But that's all I have to say about that. So, Mr. Allen, the ass clown, you're a moron. Well, but we already knew that. Let's get back to this train wreck. You guys still seeing this? I'm going to go 5 seconds. You still seeing and hearing this? There I go.
The ether is unnecessary to provide the mechanism of contraction.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
And that if we add a fourth axis, that being time, we can contract time and space hyperbolically.
Add a fourth axis, that being time.
Yes.
Is he describing heliocentrism, or is he?
Yes, he is. Look, theory 1, heliocentric.
Sorry, then.
Don't let it happen again.
To conform to C and establish that Lorentz correction. So, like, that's what that's all about.
Boy, that explained it for us. Your little snicker there, that really helped our confidence in you and your explanation here, which is an abject Elmer Fudd train wreck of nonsensical bullshit nonsense waffle. You friggin' clown. This is, I don't think language can describe this epic train wreck of a disaster appropriately. Do you?
Well, you could try to describe it as an art, right?
Oh,
I mean,
God.
he is just being a wizard. He's just doing a pure technobabble, all in technobabble heliocentrism, right?
Is establishing that fourth track to meet exclusions and deriving a theory. So this would be for the geocentric side of things. So the Earth is stationary with respect to
I thought we already been through this.
Yeah, proven.
Ether wind.
You mean the speed of the ether wind?
Sidereal rotation.
Yeah, we already been through this, haven't we? He just popped it back up again.
Proven, look. Experimental results. The fringe pattern produced was 1/6 to 1/8 of the required positive first order measurements of the thing we just disproved.
I gotta go.
Sky
We're gonna five
prior
this.
to this interpretation. So in terms of replicating,
So you're gonna replicate a non-experiment. So he's gonna list all these. What do we got? Michelson, Sagnac, Michelson-Miller, DC Miller, 19. Okay. So what are we gonna do here?
Michelson-Morley and the ether and all that.
QA.
And false.
Yeah.
Michelson-Sagnac. Is that a different bloke?
Yes.
Michelson's one guy and Sagnac is another guy. Yes, they're separate.
Isn't that the Sagnac effect?
Yeah, that's not his question, though.
I know.
Oh, brother.
This is what happens when you listen to this nonsense.
It's the second one. It's the biggest claim.
The existence of the luminous. Okay, I'll read it. The existence of the luminiferous. Shout out to Adam. Ether demonstrated by means of the effect of a relative ether wind in a uniformly rotating interferometer.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
Science is back, baby.
Yeah, it is.
Was put forward to explain these results and save Earth's orbital velocity that was shown not to be
Earth's orbital velocity, huh?
True. We'll look at the history of interferometry. So starting with Michelson-Morley in 1887, and then we have Sagnac.
You mean we're just going to look at the citations? Yes. Or are you going to go through each one of these? Heck, he might.
In 1993, Michelson Gale in 1925, Dayton
1993, though it's 1913, you idiot.
Miller from 1905 to 1925, and then he republished all of his work with a summary and all that in 1930. He's the guy that did 5,200,000 measurements.
Oh, there we go. There's another key phrase. D.C. Miller. You're going to hear this again. I'll guarantee it. His 5.2 million measurements of what?
That's what Whitsitt's been referring to.
Yep.
When he said these millions of measurements.
Yep, I remember hearing
that's
that.
it.
Say again?
That's it. He produced something when I was debating him. He produced something on screen, a list of citations or references, and Miller was in there as the main one. That was the millions. He measured the darkness.
The mountains and mountains of evidence from the evotards. That's what it reminds me of whenever 5.2 million measurements. Well, measurements aren't part of science, natural science. Natural science is qualitative, not quantitative, you numpty dipshits. And what was he measuring?
The darkness.
Thanks.
And DeFore in 1942, who reproduced the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Come on, get on with it.
And then we have...
It wasn't an experiment, so he could reproduce it, but it's a non-experiment. As demonstrated, repeatedly.
Let's see, Yuri Galev, who reproduced Dayton Miller's work using millimeter radio wave propagation.
So they're all repeating non-experiments.
Did he say Yuri Geller?
I can't see him because Doug Marr. Welcome to Glow. He's a new member. Welcome, you numpty dipshit.
And then he also did it.
What did he say, Brian?
Could you go back one or two? Sorry.
Oh God.
Well, why you do that? So
and then I'll have friggin' Adam interrupt me.
Just to clarify what they're about to repeat. They're about to repeat interference.
Yes.
Not demonstrating ether wind. They're about to repeat an interference pattern in their interferometers as they spin them round.
Yes. So I went back. That's as far as I'm going.
And then we have, let's see, Yuri Galev, who reproduced Dayton Miller.
Yuri Gala.
Oh, that sounded a lot like Yuri Geller. I thought it was more down the lane of this.
All right.
If I had 500 more people repeat an interference pattern in my interferometers when I span them round, and that would prove whatever it is a lot more, but what would it prove?
Don't know. Theory 1, Theory 2, or Theory 3?
Especially as the thing I'm hoping to prove is that there's a medium for light to wave through.
I don't think so.
Wouldn't prove.
I don't think so. I don't think they're trying to prove the ether here. That they're saying that there's already an ether there. Yeah, I think you're missing it.
They're saying the reason for the differential, the interference pattern, is because light is propagating through a medium as a wave. And it's the flow of this medium, this ether wind, that we're measuring here, this differential.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Oh, wait there. No. Flatsy, off you go.
Go ahead.
DJ One Deck. Once there was a swan. It was a black one.
Is that another superstar?
Yeah.
Because that's what it reminded me of when you said, wait, Superchat is superstar.
Let me get some pit sniff.
Yeah, some pit. Yeah, I can see her doing that. Superstar. More superstar. We're going to move on from this right now. Let's see where he's going with this.
Millimeter radio wave propagation. And then he also did it in 2002 using optical wave bands.
Sure he did.
2004, which we'll get into. And we have Monera
Oh,
in
we're going to get into
2006
this.
who used a classic Michelson-Morley interferometer setup and left it running for 3 years. And the culmination of all that data backed up Miller's findings as well. So we'll get.
Oh, they left it running for 3 years, man. That raises it to another level. Idiots.
Who did he say it backed up, Chewy?
What is it going to achieve letting it run for 3 years?
Wait. He
except
said it
for
backed up
maybe the
something.
equipment failing?
Well, it definitely would have to be exactly the same for 3 years in a row. Like for those 12-month periods, it would have to be exactly the same. It could not be any different. Everything on this day last year and this day next year must be exactly the same.
Yeah, Brian. And what are you going to do when it does?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It has to be.
Say it
can't be
does.
variances.
Say it does. It's exactly for 3 years straight. It's exactly the fact. It says it all the time.
Well, there you go.
What does that mean?
It's settled.
What?
Ether's real.
Exactly.
What's ether?
Doesn't matter what ether is. If the machine does the same shit for 3 years, it's real.
Nathan.
Exactly.
Nathan, I want to ask you. Nathan, are you still there?
What?
How many flagons has Adam had this evening?
Oh, at least a quarter of a flagon.
Can you measure that?
Details of all these experiments real quick. So we already.
He's going to go through the details of all these experiments real quick.
Covered Michelson-Morley earlier with the predicted fringe shifts and what they actually measured.
Predicted fringe shifts. Funny, I didn't hear a hypothesis.
And this is just going over the control variables, so putting it in a vat of mercury and all that, and taking the readings at a different time of day to establish a cause and effect relationship with.
Wow, that's pretty good. Thanks
the
for
variance
that.
of electromagnetic propagation.
I do like your use of color, though. I'll have to give you a thumbs up on that. Too much yellow, though. You're going to have to switch this up.
So let's see. So for Sagnac, so for his interferometer, he and I don't have a graphic for it. I'm sorry, but it's just a circular interferometer. So just imagine the Michelson-Morley device set up in a triangle or a square. It doesn't matter. With 3 mirrors or 4, doesn't matter. But then just the only difference is that the device is rotating constantly while they're taking the readings. And they say that the difference there is that because it's a rotating device, it's a non-inertial reference frame. So special relativity doesn't apply, and the relativistic effects, it doesn't falsify special relativity in that regard. And then in 1918, Paul Lieu and a couple other guys came up with a special metric tensor
Can we
in
go
the general
back on
theory of
that?
relativity.
Do you really want to?
Other guys.
Do you really want to?
Part of me does, and part of me really doesn't, if I'm being honest.
A couple other guys. What, the blokes down the road?
You really want to hear that monotonous droning on again?
No, but I
No.
do. But I do want to point this out. I just noticed this. I'm reading through here real quick of all his horse shit. The observed interference effect is very much the effect of optical, it's off the page, optical rotation due to the motion of the system relative to the ether, and directly shows the existence of the ether, a necessary condition for the luminiferous waves proposed by Huygens and Fresnel. Yeah.
No swearing.
Thank you. What have I been saying? That's exactly what I've been saying, yeah?
Yeah.
The only reason for this shit, yeah? Necessary condition for the luminiferous waves. If you don't need luminiferous waves, you don't need this ether shit.
Exactly.
You don't need to explain why your faulty equipment is due to wind.
Yep. I'm going to go away from this. I'm going to go away from this 1 second.
I might be drunk. I'm still sharper than the rest of you.
You're
It's a
pretty
really
sharp.
High level. You got a really high level ether resistance there, Adam.
I just want to point out that they were speaking about using a vat of mercury as part of their control setup. The control setup for all of these, as far from what I could hear, what I could ascertain. And the measurements were taken at 2 different times of the day. But mercury changes it expands and contracts very easily with temperature. Did they take even that into it? Was it possible that the mercury contracting caused something different to happen?
You're majoring on the minors. That's an innuendo fallacy, majoring on the minors.
No, it's a retarded description of the thing you're trying to control. You didn't control the mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, but how can you control mercury if you don't control its temperature?
He ain't listening to you, Brian. It's too many floggings.
Yeah. Yeah, how can you control mercury if you're not controlling temperature? But they couldn't have controlled temperature if they're talking about two different times. Hang on.
You've missed my point, Brian. I understand yours. Let me explain it.
Jesus.
Why do I need to introduce mercury to control it?
Well, it's the lessen the vibration, isn't it? With the mercury.
So the control variable isn't mercury then?
Well, the vibration will be different as mercury cools down.
So the control variable isn't mercury, is it?
No, it's not. But you're not controlling the mercury if you're not controlling the temperature.
Control variable mercury. That's the point I'm making. These guys can't even describe the control variables. They're describing a solution.
Yeah, but my point being is that you can't control the mercury if you don't control the temperature. You're going to
don't need to control mercury, do I? Why is mercury here? It's not a variable at any point. When was it? Well, I'm thinking in all of this. It's control.
But it's a control. They're calling it a control variable.
It's not. It's a levitating platform at best.
Yeah, but that's listed as one. A vat of mercury is part of their control variables, is it not?
No, it's not. It's part of the apparatus.
But the vat mercury is going to contract later in the day.
I'm really sorry.
Part of the apparatus.
Hold on. Notwithstanding the control variable. Hello. He's gone through that this hasn't got a valid dependent, therefore, what's the point of arguing about the independent variable? But here we are back and forthing about the bloody controls. Who cares?
Yeah, no, we've got to
the point I'm making.
We've got to the point of my objection, Brian. The reason I was objecting, it's not a control variable, yeah? Mercury never needed. Let me finish, please. Please let me finish. Yeah? It's not a control variable. It never needed to be controlled. The only reason mercury is there is because it's part of the apparatus. Okay?
Yes, but you have to control the temperature to control the mercury. That's the point. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what they did. Yeah. Will you please leave me speak for a second and let you speak? It doesn't matter what they did. The point is, not controlling the temperature will mean you're not controlling the mercury, which will change the result.
Why,
now, I
does
know
mercury
they got nothing to go on. I know they have nothing to go on.
No. At what temperature does mercury not sit flat?
It's not about that. It's about it contracting and expanding with
temperature. The reason I'm using the mercury is to make a level bed. Now you're saying I have to take the temperature into account. So at what temperature is the mercury no longer going to create a level even surface based on relative density disequilibrium, which is why I'm putting it on the mercury? What temperature does it make it go wobbly?
Well, if you were doing it for 3 years like this guy possibly did, and that would be 4 seasons, that'd be 12 seasons. That would, at different times of the day. That would also be nice, where there'll be a temperature change, especially in the winter. You know what I mean? It's like, and at the heights of the summer. The point I'm making is, did they all fool themselves by not controlling the temperature of the mercury? That's my point.
Okay,
did you guys think they have something? Go on.
All right, did you guys get it all out of your system?
Well, no, not exactly, because what I'm saying is,
oh my God,
the mercury will respond to the temperature. The temperature will be, the mercury will respond to the temperature. The temperature will change throughout the day and throughout the seasons.
Right,
so if they think they're getting something, maybe it's that the mercury was responding, and that caused
Brian, let's roll with you changing mercury. So it changes. What happens when it changes? Is it a little bit higher and a little bit lower?
it will cause enough of a variance for you to think with this highly precise interferometry that something is happening.
Well,
That
most
isn't
of it
happening.
does expand, right? Under
Yeah,
heat.
and
That's why
contracts.
they use it in thermometers.
Where? That's what I'm asking. This expansion and contraction, how is that going to be played out within the device?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look at
Well,
the full
I'll
setup,
explain. The
Come on.
mercury is there to create a leveling effect. Now, if it's going to expand or contract, is why I sarcastically said, at what temperature would it not be demonstrating relative density disequilibrium be level? Yeah. Doesn't matter what temperature it's at. It's the bed all the apparatus is sat on. Therefore, the only effect it could have would be the relative height of the apparatus. Now, bearing in mind all the apparatus is sat on the same thing, there's no effect within the apparatus unless it's the same as like lowering the workbench an inch. What difference
Yeah.
does that make after I'm on
No,
it? It
exactly,
doesn't.
Adam. No, not exactly. No, not exactly. We're not talking about lowering your workbench an inch. We're talking about what's claimed to be very precise measurements. So a slight raise in height, and the point of the mercury is also to stop vibration, right? That's also part of the use of the mercury. So if mercury is contracting and expanding, right, even a little bit with temperature, then that would introduce differences in vibration. Let's be honest.
Why
the
would
point
you
I'm
care?
making is
Why
if
would
they
you
have
care?
never,
Do that. It's a very
if they fool themselves by not looking at something as simple as the mercury. Now,
Fair
maybe
enough.
I'm wrong.
Fair enough.
No, it's not the mercury
I
that's
shut up
simple.
about it. I shut up.
Fair
Isn't it
enough.
simple.
Yeah, he's going to shut up, and the rest of you take heed. That's it. So back to this. Huygens, yeah. So the existence shows the existence of the ether, a necessary condition for luminiferous waves proposed by Huygens. Yeah, or Huygens. No swearing. Yeah.
Huygens.
Okay. Thank you, Arwen. Yeah. From James Clerk Maxwell. Ether. Listen to this closely, folks. Ethers were invented for the planets to swim in, to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia, to convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on, until all space had been filled 3 or 4 times over with ethers. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented, very important word, by Huygens to explain the propagation of light.
You're getting better at it.
Thank you.
Leave that up on screen.
All right.
Because that's a really important point. That ether, you'll see in the intro, I use ether when I refer to Arwen. That's the meaning of ether. That's where it was used in history. It's not until you start to try and realize light as a wave.
Exactly.
And think when that happens that you then need another medium, and the magical medium, the word to use would be ether to pick.
Yes.
And that's why it's another ether. And,
Yes.
and the point cited there is by Maxwell is to state that it's invented by Huygens. This hasn't got a historic significance, the luminiferous ether.
Are you saying
Lots of
this is a
ethers do,
different
but
ether?
not the one invented by Huygens. Owen, get close to your mic.
Yeah, sorry, I'm almost eating it. But are you saying there are more than one light-based ethers?
No, this is the
there's
only one.
only one luminiferous ether, but there are many things which use the term ether. It says here, look,
Right, yeah.
constitute electric atmospheres, magnetic effluvia, to convey sensations. That's the one I ascribed to you, from one part of our bodies to another. Yeah, there are many
Right.
forms of ether.
Spirit ether, astral realm ether. It goes in all directions, literally, into the weirdness, too.
Yeah, but the only one that has survived is the only ether was invented by Huygens, or I'm sorry, Arwen, Huygens. Okay, so the reason why he conjured it is, guess what what Christopher Huygens.
Gesundheit.
Are we of describing the movement of light?
Because he was the first one to propose the wave theory of light, ladies and gentlemen.
It was all him?
That's right, he was.
Yep. After his
Why?
Venus fiasco, he was the first to propose the wave theory of light. There you go. He shows up everywhere. This idiot.
Why? Why did he do it? What was the idea?
Well, he had a lot of ideas for it. So, but he had a problem. If light was a wave, guess what waves need?
A medium.
A medium and a speed and all kinds of traits.
Ether. There you
Yeah,
go.
Arwen, the plug. There's a really good channel that you can learn all about this called Witsit Gets It.
Yeah, but he says that the medium is the wave. The wave is the medium.
Well, that
It
depends.
is.
Whatever.
That's
And I've
what a
nothing and
wave is.
nothing. Getting there already, Arwen, you're learning. And I've nothing and nothing.
If the medium is the wave, then the wave is a noun.
Yeah, but
The wave
Oh,
is a
God.
perturbation in the medium.
It depends on which day you ask him. Because when he first came out the gate, he said we needed that medium, the non-manifest medium, for electromagnetic waves to propagate. And then he stated 10 days later that the medium is the wave. So it depends on when you ask him. Get it? Let's move on.
To describe the conservation laws on the small scale. So they say for a small rotating device, the energy
who
they
cares?
co-opted this effect.
Why invest in liquid piston? Here are the top 5.
Why indeed?
Why
Scale,
not?
They have a
That's what I'd ask.
stationary.
Now, I like his use of color here. I'm going to have to give you props for that. So what are you going to do here? You're going to summarize this nonsense for us? The effect of the Earth's rotation on the velocity of light. The light doesn't have a velocity. C shits at 40. How many times I got to tell you? You asshat, Alan?
Rectangle interferometer that they built into the ground. It has vacuum. They vacuumed out the tubes and they got readings.
Where do we find a vacuum in nature?
You don't.
That show a varying speed of light. For the mathematic framework of the analysis that they used to interpret their results, they used a stationary ether framework, and what that means is they use
a stationary ether framework for their mathematical framework.
And it was a magnetic
Ow.
framework, right? Magnetic? No? It's frameworks of all sorts.
Yep.
being
Yeah.
involved.
This is an ether framework, not a logical framework, which is a way, like I say, a way of proving things right or wrong. This is an ether framework, a way of proving ether.
use
But
the
it's
fixed
also
reference frame
magnetic
to measure the relative velocity of electromagnetic propagation in the pipes.
Electromagnetic propagation in the pipes. Light's neither electric nor magnetic. Asshat, Alan. What do you got to say to that? Nothing. You don't know what electrify or electrify even mean.
Facing east and west, and the pipes and the difference of the ones facing north and south. So you can see that here in the equation. This is the east-west, and the north-south one here. And that's the framework that they use. Now they have a special.
That's the east and west and south framework that they used.
Note in the paper here where they say that it's all in accordance with relativity and it's all good.
It's all in accordance with relativity. Which one? Which debunked so-called theory? It's kind of generalized, don't you think? You know, there's a big difference between special and general theory of relativity. You know, the unscientific theories. I like their attention to detail. It's about as much as that attention to detail as you have.
Yeah, and how is that good that it resonates with that?
Who knows?
Thank you.
But relativity theory is based on second order.
Relativity theory. What a numpty. All right.
Is a first thing like that. Yes. People can't go against, can't really separate the theories. So like say you're like a really say you see the discrepancies in the theories and whatnot, and you try, you want to critique
the discrepancies in the theories and whatnot.
Wow, if they're discrepancies, they're probably not very solid theories.
Are you going to have to stop with the white paper technical language for us and my audience? You're going to have to break it down to a layman's version, Mr. Whatnot. What a clown.
it's like, well, if you critique one, you're going to body bag the other one because they're not separable.
If you could critique one, you could body bag the other. What the hell are you talking about?
What he's saying is that if one flaw is discovered, then the whole thing unravels right under your...
No, then his other train wreck theory, non-scientific theory, is true. He's trying to use a disjunctive syllogism, but he didn't state what they were. He's an idiot.
So, yeah, you don't see like much resistance to it in that regard. Like,
But this is just not, he's just mindless, nonsensical waffle drivel.
Once people adhere to it, it's pretty much a wrap.
Once people adhere to what? It's pretty much a wrap. What is this argument by cliche?
And it's very convoluted.
You got it in the background. Who is that? Zipperhead Zach.
And how they had to wrap all this together and stuff. Because like in
because they had to wrap all this together in what?
1913, like the Sagnac effect went unanswered for years. It took until The
Sagnac effect went unanswered for years.
1918, where Paul Lieu had to come up with a special way to to answer the effect, and then that turned out.
Like, what effect was that?
The game Mousetrap. It's not even like who stole the cookie jar or
what. This is Zipperhead Zach. Who stole the cookie jar? Is that your color commentary initially out the gate? You clown.
or who took the cookie and the child has crumbs on it.
Kind of hypothesis?
I don't know.
Let's face it, it's like you have to go through this loop and then this loop and then down the.
No, you don't go through loops. You go through hoops, not loops. Get your cliches right. What a clown.
Shoot and plop the man in the pan and all that stuff.
What did he just say? Who knows?
It's crazy how many assumptions are built on assumptions.
It's crazy how many assumptions are built on what assumptions are built on what assumptions?
Yeah, man. When I started looking into the Sagnac effect.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brah. Check out my sandals.
They're going in cliche overdrive, John.
When I got to, that part in my interferometry studies.
His interferometry studies.
When I saw that there was like 12 different explanations that they were trying.
So there were like 12 different explanations, or there were 12 different explanations, and what are these explanations, and were they scientifically validated?
Well, they tried them, right? So it's like, oh, let's try this explanation, and then, well, it either worked or didn't work or something.
Jeez.
Trying to give for it, and like I was like, oh man, like this is a huge problem for them. They,
huge problem for who? Who are them?
They're just really struggling here to keep it together.
Who's really struggling to keep it together?
So yeah, it was really interesting. Like when you see stuff like that, it's pretty obvious.
When you see stuff like what?
I don't know, man. But
there's
this mystery person that he's talking about is really fascinating, especially now that I don't even know what they were doing.
A foot. So.
A foot. Uh-oh. Stop crying. It'll get better. Just bust that screen down. Bye.
So in 1930, Dayton Miller published his.
Oh, here he is, Dayton Miller. This is the 5.2 million gigawatts.
Culmination of his 5,200,000.
Told you.
Measurements of interferometry, where he was using a classic. He actually inherited Michelson-Morley's device and did a bunch of experiments with that.
He didn't do any experiments because Michelson-Morley didn't do an experiment. So therefore, he didn't do any experiments, Sunshine. See how that follows?
And he had his own custom device that he built. So the culmination of all his data, though, what he showed was that there's a fluctuation in the speed of light relative to the equinoxes on the day. Where the
What? There's fluctuations in the speed of light? Not according to Shits at 40. There is no speed of light. I played that at the beginning of Ballbusters. So you got big problems with one of your compadres there.
The readings reach their minimum and maximum dimensions corresponding to the equinoxes. So when his data is plotted against sidereal time.
Right. If we were to take away pretense of any supposition that we're doing science here, and we set these things up in an empirical way, and the conclusion we came to is there is a difference in the way this device works at the equinoxes, right? I can roll with that, right? With that statement, if you're saying my device works differently at the equinoxes, that's it, and you don't ask me to believe anything else, yeah? Assuming that you validated to me that the devices are valid, yeah? And brilliant, well done. What are we measuring?
Who knows? Interference patterns, obviously.
Not the equinox.
Yeah, this is the first time the equinoxes have made an appearance.
Time, the fluctuations are shown on the equinoxes, like I said, and then when you plot it against sidereal, when you plot it against diurnal seasonal time, like where you would see like temperature effect variations through the seasons, there's no cause and effect relationship.
Variations through the seasons. Now that seasons has just popped up. What relevance is that? Who knows?
Variation, meaning that like the apparatus isn't expanding or contracting or anything like that.
Ooh, shout out to Brian.
It's causing the fringe shift pattern because it's like misaligned or something due to the temperature differential from seasonal effects. So
now these are.
Where do they have these outside? I suppose they do. This looks like it's outside. Huh? Interesting.
Real scientists. They're trying to disprove what.
They're not scientists, Zipperhead. There's no science being conducted here at all.
They're seeing in any way possible.
Yep. And keep in mind, so over the course of his career of doing this, like people would make critiques of his work, and then he would follow up and address all those critiques and do.
How did he? Oh, he would just address them, then follow up, and then address them, and then really show
experiments. Narrowing.
He never did an experiment in his life. I'll guarantee it. This surely isn't one.
Down the cause and effects.
Cause and effects, unbelievable.
Altering all the control variables. Really
altering all the control variables.
Yeah, flip those switches, man.
That's
yeah,
going to keep them controlled.
No, total variable chaos. Let's just throw this around and let's see if it still works.
All right, folks.
The chaos variable.
The chaos variables. The reason why I caught this, folks. It's hilarious. Is that's an oxymoron? It's a paradox. Constant variables or control variables are always held constant. You don't vary them. You don't change them. This Alan is an asshat ass clown of the Essene variety.
Getting the most of that they could out of these readings and figuring out everything. And what he found was that when you do the readings at altitude, you get stronger readings. When you
what are stronger readings?
I was about to ask the same. I was about to when you said that. What the hell's a stronger reading? Means your dashboard's it's lit brighter. The dashboard. Stronger reading.
And the correlation with the season or with the equinoxes. So with what's going on with the sky. I mean, all these effects directly refute special relativity.
All these effects, special relativity.
Oh, no. because I got excited, didn't I, earlier? These things match with the equinoxes. Yeah. Actually, there's a change in the correlation now.
The correlation coefficient.
With that Pearson's or whatever it is. Was it Pearson's? Yeah, or whatever. This is the point. It's correlation. Yeah?
Correlation.
Which is statistic.
You're unhinged. How many floggings so far?
Well, I don't know.
4/8 of a flagon.
Is that? Oh, they're not floggings. They're flagons.
Flagons, 4/8.
4/8.
On the face of it, because they show that the variance of the speed of light wasn't the no.
There is no speed of light, according to your compadre. I keep on telling you this. You guys got to get your act together. You need a meeting, right? My God.
But that's the key, isn't it? For any of this.
Michelson-Morley.
Sorry.
Key.
Go ahead.
That's the key. Which is why you point the contradiction. Any of this rhetoric mean anything to you? Light has to have a speed of light. If it doesn't, none of this is worth tuppence, is it?
No.
But all of the assumptions and the pre-assumptions and the inference you're going to draw from your results fundamentally requires light to be a constant speed. You to draw the nonsense you're going to draw from it. If it doesn't, you've got even less validity for drawing nonsense from nothing.
Thanks, Adam. That was good. Yeah. Yes.
The way that they need to interpret it, and that removes the justification to transform into another reference frame and adhere.
Transform into another. This guy. What is he on about?
To that framework where you're going to say things are contracting and that there's really a larger velocity that was measured.
Okay, we're rolling.
Is not differential and showing temperature. He did this over 30 years, repeated 100,000.
He did this over 30 years. That makes it valid. I guess training to time does work. Listen, Alan, you asshat. We don't train to time here. We train to standard.
What did he do? Did he do the same thing repeatedly for 30 years, or did it take him 30 years to do it?
Who knows?
Would it make a difference?
No.
If we knew?
No.
Yep.
That's some dedication right there.
Here's the synopsis.
That was perfect timing. That was perfect. I thought that was one of his.
I'm not reading this. I'll read the first sentence. In the first series of experiments, there were no experiments here, ladies and gentlemen, not a single one. So that renders this first statement here detailed. You haven't detailed shit. There weren't any experiments. That means everything that follows this is fallacious because this is non sequitur. Simple.
Could I ask a question?
Very persistent.
Now, you may not want to answer this, or you may not even want to know about the question, but when they were saying that things were different at the equinox, let's just say over the course of a couple of years, was that exactly the same at the equinox, or was there similarities?
Who knows?
Because it would have to be exactly the same for what they're talking about. There could not be anything remotely different, because the sun's cycle never changes. So it would have to be, everything would have to be exactly equal at the exact same day. Twice a year.
Unless, of course, it was interfering with your equipment.
So we have Pruner and DeFore in 1942 who took the same layout of the Sagnac apparatus, so this just being a circular configuration, and instead of
I don't really care. They weren't experiments, right? He's just going to drivel on about nonsensical horse shit. We're
rotating
5 of them.
They definitely were that. Then had the apparatus do it. The thing that, but they The Sagnac effect is due to, in 2002, using radio millimeter waves, reproduced Dayton Miller's effect, showing that there's a fluctuation in the speed of light corresponding.
Can't be. The light doesn't have a speed, so that you can't fluctuate a non-speed. See shits at 40.
To the equinoxes again, and showing that
back to the equinoxes.
Doing it at altitude, there's an increased effect and all that. Literally reproducing Miller's work, and then he did it again using optical bands a year later.
Oh God!
All based on those index, and there's no innovation hasn't been. But overall, like the measurements, you can't interferometer experiment.
Oh, that's exactly the sound that I was thinking of.
Where they had to change and redefine all of this.
Arwen, you're in rare form. You just need to fix that mic.
Physics.
Sorry.
To interpret the behavior of light to save the heliocentrism.
What is a light waveguide loop? That no experiments were conducted.
Maybe it's like another way to say distortion in the space-time continuum.
Could be. Light beams. There are no beams of light. It is independent of the type of motion and the refractive index of waveguides.
Super chat.
Super chat.
All right. It is from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. This sounds like Bob's CIA handler.
That you think Alan's from the CIA? Good Lord, help us all. Thanks, Lumpy Gas.
In regards to the motion and how it's detected and the readings and all.
All right, heck with you. We're gonna pull an L on you.
Effect where this right here and the predicted
this right here and this right here
come out. Like you can get the exact fringe prediction that should come out of the motion relative to these wheels turning and how much of that angular rotation is contributing.
Oh,
to the fringe.
I see a fog.
Also, you can do the same for these links.
Oh, Brian, do you see that? Brian, oh, he's busted. He left.
Yeah, he's buggered off.
Hello, no, I'm here. What am I supposed to see?
I got a fog. I got a
fog. Yes, I see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
When I seen it, I thought anytime I hear the word fog, even if it's not a fiber optic gyro, if I see fog, I think of you.
Linear bits here, and what Brouillon Wang found is that
Brouillon
Wang
also
contribute to the full amount of Michelson.
Michelson-Morley was an experiment. We already identified that.
And forwards and stuff of the
sure.
Wang. That Wang created a lab reference frame, meaning that it's actually stationary.
A lab reference frame. That's a good one.
Of electro.
I'm sure you want some
for the collection.
Yeah, I'm sure they want some Globe Dumpsters T-shirts too. I'm sure some of my panel members do also.
Used to derive the Sagnac effect is delta T equals 4 omega A over C squared.
Whoa. You can't have C squared. That means C has a speed. So this is all bunk unless you can reconcile it with shits at 60. It's bunk. Or have him get his story straight.
How can you square an invariant?
I don't know. Ooh, they got GPS in here too. MGP, GPS. I love acronyms. Mainstream science's explanation. Number one, mainstream science doesn't exist. To debunk me, give me their email or phone number. They don't. Mainstream science's explanation, that's a reification fallacy. Mainstream science's explanation is relative to the Earth's rotational axis of rotation. The ether is the absolute. Now it's a fucking reference frame. The ether is the ether is the absolute reference frame mathematically because all motion is relative to it, and that's especially noted in GPS, where the signal delay I knew this. Adam, you're not going to get a word in edgewise. Brian's going to take this over here.
Before you do, over to Flatsy.
What? She got super chat.
Super chat.
Super chat.
Vlad on Flat Earth. He says, "Thanks, QE. Cheers to all."
Thank you, Vlad. Appreciate it. Thanks for the interruption too. I needed that super chat.
This is
Yeah,
Brian. There we go.
GPS, contrary to public opinion, has nothing got to do with timing. Absolutely nothing. It's got to do with information being given and the time of that information. But all that's needed is the information. The azimuth and altitude, and not even that's not important. It's the azimuth of a location and the coordinates for that location. That's what's needed. The time at the location doesn't matter. It's all a roll of rubbish. It has nothing to do with general relativity. Or anything that they're talking about here, any ether. They're literally taking, without actually learning how GPS actually works, they're just going along with a mainstream narrative that's completely false, that nobody can prove or show because it doesn't work, doesn't happen, and they're trying to hijack it for themselves. They don't know how GPS works. Not a guarantee, none of, because I listened to, they had on BALLBUSTERS there some while back, they had a GPS show, and it was about a week before we had ours, and it was complete utter nonsense. They're just trying to hijack what they're calling GPS, how they say GPS works, and make it say it's caused by the ether. Nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with timing.
What's ether?
Don't need it at all. Yeah, exactly.
So you didn't let me finish. You prematurely ejaculated before I got there.
Didn't he say it's a collection of reference frames?
Let me read the whole thing. Let me read the whole thing. Calm down. The ether is the absolutal. It's absolutal. You see it? ABSOLUTLE. Lutal. So the ether is the absolutal reference frame mathematically because all motion is relative to it, and that's a Oh God.
Well, if you've got an absolute reference frame, right, then and they're great things, aren't they? Because you can reference things to them. How do you reference to something that you can't describe, can't measure? So how would it constitute an absolute reference frame?
No, you forgot. It's the absolutal reference frame.
Absolutely.
Now let me finish this.
All right.
The ether is the absolutal reference frame mathematically because all motion is relative to it, and that's especially noted in GPS, where the signal delay to a moving receiver is proportional to the signal receiver's velocity. The ether facilitates that mechanism because all motion is relative to it. Ether wind. Even electromagnetic propagation. Electromagnetic, that's not light. Photons are neither electric nor magnetic. Number one, electromagnetic propagation. Propagation means travel. And according to Schutz at 40, light does not travel. It's already there. You got big problems. This is a load of garbage. And you got a problem with your compadre. I'm going to move on real quick.
On ether, right? So an important thing to note about the ether framework
I figured.
That's an interesting point because is this a good thing for Witsit or not? Because even though they're talking absolute shit, they're contradicting Witsit.
Yep.
So is that in support of Witsit or not? Does that help Witsit's case?
It's definitely not. Thank you.
Oh. Wait. A minute. Let's see.
And why all motion is relative.
Wait.
Exactly is.
Wait. Patsy.
A lump of gas in a vacuum. Let's be consistent. Oh man, I gotta say that. It's G Zit IQ 40, and that's generous. No swearing.
Did he say no swearing?
Yes.
Oh, God, that's perfect classic. All right.
Super chat.
Super chat.
Retro Bill. This is a part where the roller coaster car jumps the track, skims the treetop, and crashes into the funhouse below, taking out a few bystanders along the way.
Yeah. Retro Bill. He's always good for yeah. Thanks, guy. Thanks for the super chat. It's always going to be known from now on as that.
So let's say hypothetically there's an ether.
Let's say hypothetically that you have some semblance of an IQ. I know we're reaching here.
Framework and electromagnetic propagation through that ether is going to be relative to that. And
you're going to run that electromagnetic propagation through that ether.
Motion is going to be relative to the ether. So, but that
I want to call on your years of experience, Kiwi.
Uh-oh.
If somebody says to you, question, hypothetically, what should you do with the bit after hypothetically?
Oh my God. What was that? Did you throw up?
Yeah, because that's basically all they then do, isn't it? It's like when you say to someone, I don't want to be rude, but your breath stinks. You know you're going to, yeah?
Nathan!
Shut him up. Right. I'm going to be quiet. It's 3/4 of a flagon.
5/8.
I'm just checking to make sure he's still there. Oh, and the answer to your question, Adam,
is
I can't be arsed.
You shouldn't be arsed. Was the reason I asked the question. You shouldn't be arsed, should you? There's nothing to be gained when somebody says hypothetically. Unless you're at a swingers party. Yeah, if you're at a swingers party, then there might be something to gain. But other than that, don't do it.
Can somebody tackle him?
Proportional to the observer's velocity. And how GPS works, it shows that.
I'm not doing it, Brian.
So R1 to get the proper measurement is basically it's based off of a time of the.
Not doing it. I'm not letting Brian have this. He can do it on his own show.
So
we got
Darth. Mechanism that provides that. Right?
Don't you think he meant to say KS equals mine delta over? Is that a capital swirly L? You get thanks for that, Darth. That makes way more sense to me. It would.
Right.
Freaking clown.
Call your cable company and cancel your
Call
subscription.
the cable company,
This
folks.
new groundbreaking discovery gives you access to your...
Get the mute button on. Damn.
Goes out here. We have we have Ron Hatch, who owns like.
So not Earth rotation causing precession. What does that mean? So not Earth. What? Whatever.
That means that
27 patents in GPS has an extensive.
Oh, he's still on GPS. Hold on. I got to L him. We got to get away from Brian.
Pull up that is due to Earth rotation.
I'm not going to
say
it.
I'm not going to say anything.
Relativity theory. And then to end out here.
The thing is, right, no. Because the thing is, right, I thought, what the fudge is this guy talking about now? And Brian was about to go, well, let me just tell you what that actually means, precession in relation to GPS. And that's respect, bro. Yeah, but I don't want to hear it.
No, I wasn't going to mention GPS at all, because he said it was precession.
No, but you know,
caused by Earth rotation.
No. The compliment was, you know what precession is in relation to GPS.
Yeah,
it has nothing to do with GPS.
Yeah, it was. What Adam's saying is, I was complimenting you.
I know.
As far as you know.
Yeah.
Now what? Now what we got here? We got Maxwell's debunked equations. What's this bullshit over here? Oh, this might be good.
equations, so-called, and what Maxwell did to change the equations, right? So the default natural interpretation of electromagnetic propagation has been
the default natural interpretation of electromagnetic wave propagation is. Do you get all that? He's saying this is light. That's what he's saying. Electromagnetic wave. This is light, folks. With his little fuckwit diagram. Photons are neither electric nor magnetic, and they're definitely not waves. Other than that, you got everything right.
And that there is an etheric framework, and this.
Did he say? Go ahead.
Isn't magnetism instantaneous? Like a magnetic attraction is instantaneous, is it not? Described as
I never measured it. Is it?
No, just saying. How can they equate that to light? If you know what I mean, if they're trying to claim light does or doesn't have it, well, I don't know what they're claiming really about speed of light, but they're wrong to obviously to equivocate between electric and magnetic and light.
Yeah.
Like that. Like I don't get. Magnetism doesn't change and the electricity doesn't change. Let's just say in the morning. It's not. They're not the same thing.
Yeah.
But I was just.
I think you'll find there's a correlation.
Yeah, but magnetism is. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I was pretty sure magnetism was universally claimed to be instant.
It could possibly.
Brian, the correlation is they're all really, really fast.
Yeah.
That's a problem. For shits it.
Correlation. Not a problem if you view it as a correlation, is it? Solution that way.
That's just another framework.
Thanks.
Is there a background medium to carry this, for something to wave through?
So background medium for something to wave through. That was Shits at 40's initial argument, and he said the heck with that 10 days later that the wave is the medium that he hasn't defined. So this is cluster screw.
Right, to carry this wave, right? So with the original equations we have that explain
original equations that explain what? The electrodynamics.
You have
electrodynamics were debunked over 100 years ago. Hold on a second. Now I got to search for that. I know that's what everyone's waiting. They wanted me to stop it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I know what you're going looking for, and yeah, that is what people want to hear.
that was a rhetorical question.
Oh, well, I mean, serious. Yeah, it is. That's what people want to hear.
Okay.
Because, yeah.
Well, thank you, Brian, for letting me. You stalled enough time so I could find it. Okay, Maxwell.
I gave you hope.
Yeah, thank you. Maxwell's demise was swift. From Professor Shankar, Chair, Professor of Physics, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics. And who's this? Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Build Newton up, shot down. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot down. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Back to Professor Shankar. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean, Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double slit experiment. So everything looks good for Maxwell till start doing the following experiment. Whenever you're reading literature, you ever see this word right here? You need to stop. That's in Bible study or anything. Every time you see this word, use a concordance and find all the tills, and you'll be blessed. But I digress. Till you start doing the following experiment. Not even experiment, just demonstration. As soon as they took a really weak light source and they moved it way back away from the detector, whether it be single or double slit, and as soon as they got a little ting, just a small, discrete defined little ting on that film, Maxwell went by way of the dodo bird. That's what he's talking about. That doesn't have to do anything to do with the whole double slit experiment. Just that single ting over. Bye-bye, Maxwell. And that's even in their own, he's the chair of physics at Yale, folks. You don't get any higher than that in Globetardia. We can continue.
Ampere's law, Faraday's law, Coulomb's law, and Gauss's law. Now, most of these relate to stationary.
Hold on, folks. Wait 1 second. Oh, pick up my. As soon as my sandwich get here, I'll close out the show. All right, fair enough. This damn phone, too. That's another discussion. Okay, sorry. We're going.
Stationary magnets and stuff like that. So what we're primarily concerned here is Ampere's law.
Wait a second. Did he say stationary magnets?
I think so.
And?
You know any magnets that aren't stationary?
The ones I throw at you.
Well, because you've thrown them.
Oh, boy.
And the changes that Maxwell made to that. So Ampere's law originally describes the magnetic field density and its relationship and how it's proportional to the electric charge density.
So we got densities. We got electric density and magnetic densities. I think he needs to define density, don't you? That's rhetorical. Don't answer.
Of the electric field, and this was experimentally verified.
So you circled over here of the electric field. This is light. There is no electric field.
But he said it was experimentally verified just now.
Yeah, it wasn't an experiment either, because light is either this or it's that. That's a what is question, not a natural cause and effect question. So
their claim.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step in on you.
No. You did. It's not sorry you didn't need to step in. You stepped in. So friggin' finish.
Oh, right, yeah. Their claim is that there's an interference, and that causes. Well, this is the most recent from which the interference causes, like the crossing of two fields causes light. Thing.
Causes
so it's
light.
Like they're trying to say that. Yeah, it's kind of like they're trying to say that crossing of magnetic and electric fields creates light, kind of thing.
Really?
This is what they're trying to say. This is the, you know, the way that it's like it's already there. It just has to show itself. That's why I say that the darkness is the ether, and the light hides in the dark. This is what they're trying to say. That when you create, let's say I put on a switch and the light bulb creates that crossing point, and the light then, well, that doesn't even work with what they're saying. But anyway, what they're saying, right, I can't even use a simple light switch to explain it. What they're saying is that there's this crossing of the fields, and this then creates illumination. This is what basically what I could get out of them.
That's astonishing. Look, it's got a propagation direction, too. Remember, Schitz said it didn't. Propagation means travel. And Schitz-Farty said it doesn't travel. Remember, it's already there. So this is just nonsense, doublespeak.
As well. And this was the original term to describe all this here. So B, your magnetic field is going to be equal to that charge potential that's carrying the
charge. Photons don't have charges. Light doesn't have a charge, you idiot.
What's it called? The electric current. So that's what that represents here. And then Maxwell added this term here. So this term
looks like a bunch of terms he's added down here. Yep. Never mind.
After the J here is what he added. And what this says is that there's no charge potential necessary for the electric field to induce the magnetic field, and that a magnetic field.
All right, I've had enough.
Will just at the way that there's an oscillator like at these intersection ever.
So interesting.
And this change here is where there's no charge potential.
I'm going to pull an L on them. We got to
equation is. Okay, so the picture.
Okay, wait a second. We got to go back because
propagate
an analogy to kind of make.
We got to go back because Zipperhead's going to say something.
It's the mythology of something propagating in a vacuum where there's no charge potential or anything like that.
Something propagating in a vacuum where there's no charge potential. Number one, do we have vacuums in nature? No. Number two, what if I put a pitching machine inside a vacuum chamber, put a baseball in there? Does it need a charge potential for it to reach the other side of the vacuum chamber? You friggin' moron.
Yeah, so
to propagate.
Yeah, so what? Zipperhead.
An analogy to kind of make it how absurd this is. To make
How absurd what is?
it sound easier to comprehend how just ridiculous this equation is.
Wait a second. Ridiculous? What equation ridiculous? Number two, this is where you get your idiot ether from. Maxwell. They're gonna throw him. Are you throwing him under the bus, Zipperhead? That's pretty shocking to me. I wasn't ready for that. Huh. Let's let him continue.
Okay, so the pitcher throws the baseball, right?
Oh, God, he's going to use the same damn thing. I had a pitching machine. He brought the pitcher in. Are you going to put him in a vacuum?
The bat hits the ball, and the ball goes flying in the opposite direction over the pitcher's head. What they're saying is you don't need the bat.
What? What the fuck was that? Did anyone get anything out of that? What the hell is he talking about?
They're getting weird.
I'll continue because that didn't make any damn sense.
Yep.
There is
Yep. What?
no bat. It's just the ball's gonna go flying that way just willy-nilly because. That's
just willy-nilly because what? Georgia.
It's how absurd that equation is.
It's how absurd. Is he talking about this equation? One of Maxwell's equations? He is throwing Maxwell under the bus. I love that. So we got shits at 40, and they're throwing Maxwell underneath the bus too. Cool. I'm digging on this.
Exactly, bro. That's exactly.
Exactly, bruh. Did you see my open-toed sandals, bruh? Clowns. Cool though. I love this. Keep going.
Yeah. So there's never been a time where there's not an ether framework, right? It's just been.
There's never been a time where there's not an ether framework. Do I still have people here?
Yeah. I'm just kind of dumbfounded. So it's just asserting. It's just a blank assertion. It's like there was always an ether framework. Okay.
Been obfuscated.
Just a totally bodacious statement, dude.
Bodacious.
We were all quiet. Yeah.
You've been listening. You've been listening to Spicoli.
Try not to feel the need to comment.
Told that it doesn't exist when really all electromagnetic wave propagation couldn't exist without it.
Couldn't all electromagnetic wave propagation couldn't Arwen's snickering back there. Couldn't exist without it. So light can't exist without ether is what he's trying to say. And the propagation, it's still traveling. You said the propagation of electromagnetic waves, you and shits at 40 got to have a serious sit-down conversation.
And it's only through a mathematical reification fallacy that's never been experimentally.
Mathematical reification fallacy from whom? Maxwell. I agree.
Proven that they even claim that, that this stuff is possible.
That they even claim that what's possible? What the fuck is he talking about? Who knows?
In that regard. And then for Einstein to come along later in 1905 with
Einstein, the ether lover. You guys are bedfellows. You don't even know it.
Is
the
this
special
still
theory
that?
to remove.
Is this still that hypothesization where they're like that outrageous thought?
No,
I'm
he's
so
just on an
lost.
incoherent
What are they
ramble.
talking about?
Yeah,
What?
nobody knows, but it's cool. I like it.
Ether mechanism and all that. Really, really just based on nothing, because there's a very
Really just based on nothing. Well, Einstein's an ether lover. We've already established that before in the presentation. Go ahead and rewind and check that out.
it's in the speed of those experiments, right? Like that's what that stuff
The speed of the experiments? What the hell? How fast they can do the experiments?
shows. That's what all those experiments show, that there's a variance in the speed, right? So
Variance in the speed, according to Schutz at 40, there is no speed.
No, you don't. No, all the experiments show that there is a variance in the speed of the experiments.
Oh,
right?
the
You just said the
experiments. I
speed.
got you. Okay.
of electromagnetic propagation, and then it's even proportional to the delay, or it's even proportional to the velocity of the observer, right? So that completely falsifies their interpretation.
It's proportional to the velocity of the observer. What is? The electromagnetic wave propagation. That's a really strange statement.
But
So when they
maybe
look out in
means
the night
that
sky,
affects, right? Where what is that? There's these things or these lights, and when you move towards them, they're different than if you would be standing still.
That explains it.
and they say all
Yes.
this light coming at us in every direction, it doesn't matter. It's all traveling in the same speed. There's no preferred direction. It's all equivalent.
Light is not sentient and intelligent. It doesn't prefer anything. That's a reification fallacy, idiot.
Nope, completely falsifies that. They have no mechanism to.
Who are they?
What if it did? Pepsi. But if you said it's like, do the Pepsi challenge. Then it'd fail.
All I hear is raw, raw.
I don't understand. Are they just saying, like, complaining about, yeah, if you throw this thing overboard, then it's all for nothing? Is that what they're doing? Otherwise, I'm really confused.
Yeah, but you don't worry about it, Arwen. Everyone's lost.
It removes their mechanism to.
Say again?
Yeah.
More hours or?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that English?
4 more hours?
Oh.
Or
It's already been 4. It's almost 4 hours and 7 minutes.
Establish, their distances and all that, based.
Okay.
Just to try to de-escalate tensions between two camps. So if
That's Nathan's hint saying, Chewie, end the show.
They're trying to de-escalate tensions between 2 camps, and it's Jim Waterworld, this idiot. At the end of the day, we all believe different things, and that's okay. What a clown. What the fuck? It's what?
I'm rubbish.
Oh, God.
not on board with the ether framework and all that. Like
We're not on board with the ether framework until and unless you define that monkey first.
Does that mean it's okay to disagree? At the end of the day, we all believe different things, and that's okay.
Yeah, there's plenty of frameworks to go around, but the ether is the ultimate framework.
It's a reference.
Listen, it's okay to disagree.
That's good to know.
I disagree.
Well, light is described as a mass. Now, I know I have to use the term mass, but just because I have the reference there, the official description, a massless particle. That means it has zero density, no physicality. So why would it need a medium? When it already sits outside the 3D physical reality.
Yeah,
which
but
it
even
does.
the first premise is off because they don't know what mass is. To say something's massless is meaningless.
I understand that, but
Brian, the reason it needs a medium, I'll answer your question. The reason it needs a medium is so you can reify some of the observations you make of it as a wave.
As a wave, yeah.
Yeah, but let's just say I'll put it another way. Light has no measurable density, right? So as far as we know, it has no physicality, as in physical. Like everything that's physical has a measurable density. 3D physical. So light already sits outside of the norm.
No, it's still
There's
physical.
nothing
Nope, it's still physical.
but it does nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, because
If you
you have
understand,
to,
there's
you
nothing
have,
that behaves like.
you have to define physical, and it is physical per the definition. Yes.
Are you saying because it's detectable?
Yes, energy, matter or energy. Physical means matter or energy, and it does have energy.
See, break them up.
Yeah.
Platsy, yeah, super chat.
Super chat. Lumpy gas in a vacuum. 407 more dollars.
Thank you, Lumpy Gas. Appreciate it. We're going to move on from here, Brian, because Nathan's getting impatient. I think he wants to go to bed.
Totally okay, but you should definitely consider looking into it.
What?
I said no one's holding him. He's like, finish up this so I go to bed.
Because it's a wealth of knowledge that leads you.
It's almost over. We're not going to go the whole way to the end.
You can explain, all these effects in a framework that actually makes sense with a stationary, non-rotating Earth.
Oh, what affects the stationary, non-rotating? I can prove that the Earth is stationary and non-rotating in less than 18 seconds. We've listened to this nonsensical drivel and all the horse shit out of your mouths to come to one easy conclusion from a simple observation. And I'm going to show you right now, Alan, you incoherent idiot. This is 15 seconds, forgive me. 15 seconds that shows that the Earth is not rotating. It's not moving a smeggin inch, right? It's non-inertial reference frame, moon and star rotation from a stationary drone. Are you ready? 15 seconds. Here we go, folks. As soon as you see that moon, and there's about, I think there's 17 stars that I can count. You see them moving? Hey, heliocentric Baltard, kablooey. The Earth is stationary. How you like that? I did that in less than 15 seconds. And I showed everyone without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is not rotating right there. It's the death of the heliocentric spinning ball space monkey, brother. Just with this. And we've listened to you drone on for hours about nonsensical horse shit. You're a Dunning-Kruger delusional moron. And I did it in less than 15 seconds. And I didn't need any ether horse shit. I didn't need to make up anything. That's how easy it was, folks. We want to continue with this, or we're going to wrap this up?
I think Nathan has had enough.
4 more hours, I say. 4 more hours.
Yeah, let's do it. Hardcore.
I'll tell you what, I'll go to until my encore. What do you got, your lighter up in the air?
I could do it.
Hardcore, he says.
I can't do it.
Let's do it. Hardcore.
Yeah, he can't do it because if he lights a match anywhere near him, he's going to go up in flames.
I may be as well soaked as a Christmas pudding right now, but that's not the point. The only thing I was going to say, you can end it, but we can't come back to it. I'm not coming back to this.
No, we're never coming back here again.
And I'm not asked either way, because this is just drivel.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to end it up here. 1 second.
And you
can't even just L through it. You just keep pressing that L through
quote
it.
unquote scientific evidence, right? That they use for heliocentrism. They're just misinterpreting these.
He said something. I think he said scientific evidence. I got to pull a J. I am so sorry. Adam, shut up.
You could take away their core quote unquote scientific evidence, right?
Oh, he used the quote unquote scientific evidence. I thought I heard it in there. That's their. Be careful whenever you hear these ether knuckleheads say quote unquote or semantics, anything like that. You're getting ready to get screwed.
No, it points out their hypocrisy. Because they're saying don't believe in the ballers because of their, quote unquote scientific evidence. And then what do they present to you?
Michelson-Morley, ballers.
Quote unquote scientific evidence.
Yes, exactly.
Same shit.
Doesn't realize that he's contradicting himself with his nonsensical drivel. This is mindless, convoluted nonsense waffle. That's all this is, folks. Just trying to fill airtime. That's all he's doing. And train wrecking himself, he doesn't even realize it.
They use for heliocentrism.
This is
They're just misinterpreting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a little bit like how you could argue against the upward moving Earth very successfully with a force of gravity. You could probably argue for the globe claims concerning Michelson-Morley against this and be very successful publicly.
Yep. I see where you're going with that. Yes.
Interpreting these effects through these experiments.
Interpreting what effects? You don't have any natural effects, and you don't have any experiments. We already demonstrated that in spades.
And we could take it back. It's literally this easy. It's literally this easy to take them back.
Take it back. Take what back?
So, highly encourage people to learn about it. And
you highly encourage people to learn about what? How much of a dumbass you are. We've already learned that.
Taking it back. They're taking it
have
back.
a playlist on my
It's mine.
channel called The
Is
History
that
of
quote
Barometry.
from? It is, isn't it?
What?
We normally, you know, Nietzsche, Plato, something. Not Jim from the film Waterworld.
No, it's not Jim from the film Waterworld. It's Jim Waterworld. He's that numpty idiot. He's 24/7, and he did that debate with Flatzoid on where was that?
Oh, hold up. So it's not Jim from the film Waterworld. It's Jim who did a debate on flatzoids.
Yeah, he debated.
That's better. How?
Yeah. It's just a random idiot, right?
That's what I'm saying. Not Plato, is it?
No, it's not Plato, no.
Why would you quote somebody random like that? You know what I mean? It's like me putting up a presentation and then quoting some random baller or soccer account guy.
No, like quoting one deck.
It's like saying Gonzo. Gonzo, the Muppet Christmas movie. Just adds such validity to what you're about to
yes.
people to listen to.
Yeah, this guy, like I said, he's a stiff. They just drug him up off the street, right? And said,
in Shrek 3.
Shrek.
Put a bunch of videos out on this, covering this subject and going in detail and explaining it to give people references for that, and in different sources and stuff. So, yeah, definitely look into it. Highly encouraged.
Thanks, Alan. We're going to go over to Rockfin right now, but I wanted to ask you, you said Dayton Miller rewrote his paper or something. What was his conclusions after everything?
Oh, he just did different analysis different statistical analyses of his work.
Statistical analyses.
Oh, ouch.
We don't know what claims.
No. Aaron asked, what were his conclusions? He just did different statistical analysis of things.
It sounds to me like Dayton Miller may not have made any conclusions, possibly. I don't know, because they haven't told us. They may have made no claims.
I'll tell you what.
Be making claims for him.
I'll tell you what he has done. Statistical analysis.
Okay.
But and what does that prove? Just, even if you can say it right, statistical analysis, right? What does it prove? What does statistical analysis prove?
Nothing.
If you could prove something, right, why would you bother to analyze it statistically?
Well, because then you have a statistical framework.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little bit like when they interviewed Ken Wheeler about a year or more ago, before Bob passed away, I think, and they had Ken Wheeler on, and it was only at that point that I actually found out that dielectric acceleration had nothing to do with Ken Wheeler. He wasn't claiming dielectric acceleration, but they hadn't been specific about that. They were adding dielectric acceleration in with ether and other things, and quoting Ken Wheeler, etc., etc. It turns out Ken Wheeler never claimed any of that. So it's like this guy, Dayton Miller. He may have made no claim. He just said, this is the data I got. He may have claimed nothing. He may not have even called it an experiment. I don't know if he did or didn't. But the point is, they are calling things, and they are making claims about stuff that we don't even have verification that the people that they're citing even claimed it. You know what I mean? It's like we don't know, because these people are giving the impression, they're alluding to things all the time.
Sure. Yep.
Work, because people were critiquing him on that, and it was all just he was like, okay, well, I'll try it from this angle, and it still supported it. And then Maurice Elias,
he tried from this angle, and he still supported it. Supported what?
Analyzed it and found that it was like his analysis was even more in support of Miller's work, because like Miller was like overly
Miller's work. He was in support. He had an analysis that was in support of Miller's work. Work on what?
critical of his work to not be biased or whatever, you know.
Now we got Globers not to be biased. Wasn't Miller a Glober?
Or, you know, to try and reduce bias and all that.
Reduce bias? In what?
And then James Demio also did a review.
James Demio?
Of his work and found that, you know, it corresponds
reduced
to
bias
the
is an interesting point, isn't it? What are you reducing bias in?
He didn't say.
Bias. Well, you're reducing bias in the interpretation of what the hell the result means, i.e., nobody's still decided what they're measuring yet.
Yep.
What are you measuring? Why do you need if you're measuring something, then the only interpretation of bias can be of what you're measuring.
It doesn't. It's non sequitur. That's why you're having trouble with it.
It's honest bullshittery. They show the truth, but you've got to just listen to it.
Yeah, but it's so hard to listen to. He's barely talking about anything.
Okay, and Zach, question.
Owen, I'm pissed, right?
One
and
simple-
I can manage to hear this nonsense and what they're trying to pimp on me, even in this state. So listen. Go on, listen to the words and what they're supposed to mean when they finally do construct a sentence that does mean something. I'm not saying all of them do.
Thanks.
You're going to be waiting for a long time, I think.
Okay, and Zach, you have any questions for Alan?
Zipperhead, you have any questions? You know that from the incoherent color commentary that you gave. You know, the really juvenile, pathetic ones. You know, with the cookie jar. That one, idiot.
Or a way to maybe make this a little bit more palatable to people. I still think we
make this more palatable, people. You think any one of your Globe Dumpsters crew had a frigging clue of any word that Alan the asshat said? Let me clue you. None. Neither did you. By the way, we did. We got him.
Hold on, barely though. I mean, we are like closely trying to follow what they're talking about, but it turns out they're not really talking about anything. It's just a bunch of meta bullshit.
I'll refer you to Jaron's words again. How we're going to make this more palatable.
Yeah.
How are we going to make people swallow this bullshit?
Yes. Yeah. Well, let's hear the answer. I think he might have an answer. 1 second.
probably left a lot of people. And I'm not sure. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin, but maybe.
What? Too bad we can't all talk like Austin.
No, I can. I can. Lots of wine, or well, no, not even. I would say about 3 grams of cocaine.
3 grams of cocaine, and a proclivity to doublespeak incessantly with every other statement. What does that's not even an? Let's go back. I would need to hear the whole thing. 1 second. We're gonna pull a J. Let's listen to this again.
Maybe make this a little bit more palatable to people. I still think we probably left a lot of people. And I'm not sure. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin, but
that's not an answer. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin. How does that answer the question of how do we make this more palatable?
It does.
It does.
Yes.
You've been drinking again.
No.
First of all, is it supposed to speak like Austin?
No. What he just said was, you need to make this shit digestible. It's a shame we can't all make it taste sweet like Austin does with the way he speaks.
Yep, exactly.
Listen, my words.
Taste sweet? You mean the doublespeak horse shit? That doesn't taste sweet.
Rewind it again. He says, how do we make this stuff palatable? Too bad we can't all speak like Austin. So therefore, Austin, when he speaks, makes shit taste sweet. That's by inference of what Darren just said.
Fair enough.
You said it properly.
Maybe make this a little bit more palatable to people. I still think we probably left a lot of people. And I'm not sure. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin, but maybe you can summarize it, Alan. I know you're like I just did.
Right. Even worse, we left a lot of people. Yeah. Because we can't make the shit we speak more palatable. Yeah, we lost a lot of people. Too bad we can't all speak like Austin.
I got it. Okay, fair enough. We're majoring on the minors here.
Oh, that's what's called a Freudian slip, dude.
Or like double speak like Austin.
So Austin, according hold on. According to you, Hanoi Jaren thinks that Austin can make horse shit taste sweet like honey.
Rewind it again.
I am not doing it again.
Do it again.
I'm not.
Do it.
I'll mute you.
20 seconds.
Arwen start. All right. I'll do it one more time and that's it. I'll go back. I'll do 2 J's.
Okay, and Zach, you have any questions for
what it means?
I just told you what it means.
Let's just hear it again.
Alan, or a way to maybe make this a little bit more palatable to people. I still think we probably left a lot of people. And I'm not sure. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin, but
yeah, I got it. Yeah, you were correct. That's correct. Yes.
A little bit of sugar on your shit, and it goes down there.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yep, that's what. Yeah, what an idiot, Hanoi. You're a moron.
Maybe you can summarize it, Alan. I know you.
Maybe he can didn't he already summarize?
Alan, will you pour some sugar on my shit for me? Is what he just asked him.
You just rumpus.
I can't eat this yet.
Yeah, Arwen, you are sharp cookie tonight.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure. Too bad we can't all talk like Austin, but maybe you can summarize it, Alan. I know you're like I just did.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, how could we make it easier for people to grasp the totality of it, and why?
Okay, there you go. So nothing with that. So we already been over this, guy.
Why Michelson-Morley is important, and why dismiss?
Did he almost say experiment? Let's pull
And
5.
what he just asked you to was to ignore everything that's just been said. He said, how do we get people to grasp the totality of it? Which is, by my understanding, or the way I'm in, how do we get people to ignore what they just said but see the bigger picture? See the bigger picture. You can see that bigger picture, the totality, a much bigger picture. It's not just about Michelson-Morley or Sagnac. It's about the ether.
I'll tell
About
you
the
what.
children.
I'll tell you what. That wine, the Flagons, is giving you some rare insight.
The insight's always there. It's whether I bother to verbalize it. You see how I'm struggling.
Missing it is dumb. It's an experiment that leads directly to
what is dumb? Was that his conclusion? What was dumb? Let me go back. Sorry about that, folks. I missed it.
And why Michelson-Morley is important, and why dismissing it is dumb.
Oh, why dismissing the Michelson-Morley non-experiment is dumb? Well, because it's a non-experiment. That's why we're dismissing it. Now, if you have a measurement of some kind, we would like to see the data. Go ahead and explain to us what was going on, because this idiot didn't. Go ahead and explain to us what is going on. What are you using in your experiment? We know it's interferometry. That's fine. What are you measuring? And what is the conclusion from the measurements? That's what we need. Simple. Anybody want to add anything to that?
We're measuring ether. The conclusion is the ether moves. There's an ether wind.
No, I'm sorry. You're going to have to define.
If you don't see the significance of that, QA, you're dumb.
Yeah, I get it.
It's an experiment that leads directly to.
It's not an experiment. We already demonstrated it. You would fail 3rd grade Intro to General Science, Hanoi Jaron.
Us questioning the current.
But we already knew that. It's been going on for 8 years. It was highlighted just a few weeks ago by Nathan, with you right by his side.
Framework, because the current framework obviously skips and takes,
Current framework, obviously. What framework? What's the current framework? And what is it skipping?
Non-ether.
Leaps of
framework.
logic, they call it, or whatever you want to say. Leaps of logic.
Leaps of logic. That was a quote from Michukaka. And he's a theoretical physicist. He's a pseudoscientist. So that's an appeal to authority fallacy.
Really, what it comes down to is, according to Feynman and everything I've ever seen about science.
Whoa. Feynman, he's a theoretical physicist. Also, this is appeal to authority fallacy, folks. Textbook. Let me rewind. I want to get the whole thing.
Obviously skips and takes, leaps of logic, they call it, or whatever you want to say, leaps of logic. But really what it comes down to is, according to Feynman and everything I've ever seen about science, is that when you make a hypothesis and then your observation.
And then Feynman doesn't know what a hypothesis is.
Doesn't match. Then you need to go back and.
Hold on a second. Listen to this horse shit. Let me rewind it. I won't interrupt it. Listen to this.
Stop. I'm trying to figure out what Jaron's definition is here.
You shut up. I have an agenda here with this.
I've got no agenda. I'm purely objective.
Now, I want to listen to this, and you be quiet until I'm done.
According to Feynman and everything I've ever seen about science, is that when you make a hypothesis and then your observation doesn't match.
If you make a hypothesis and your observation doesn't match, is the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard. Number one, Feynman is a theoretical physicist. This is an appeal to authority fallacy. He knows nothing. He has nothing to do with natural science. Number two, if you make a hypothesis, you need the observation to make the hypothesis in the first place. It's called the dependent variable, and it's a natural phenomenon observed. So you have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, and you're an idiot douchebag.
It's a complete total mess up of that phrase, right? If
Yep.
it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Yeah, he fucked it up.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Adam, the floor is yours. Go.
No. Because it's not Jaron's opinion. He prefaces it with, according to Feynman.
Yeah,
so all he's doing is setting up something to either support or attack. It doesn't really matter because it's not his statement.
Yeah, but
I
it wasn't Feynman's statement either. He didn't say anything about hypothesis.
This is what he's prefacing it from what he's learned from Feynman when these so-called scientists use the scientific method. So he's setting up a double straw man to attack the method. Not,
yes,
not
correct. You are
describing
correct,
his,
sir.
which is what I thought was on there.
You are correct, sir.
Then you need to go back and redo your hypothesis and not start adding.
Not redo the hypothesis. No, now you're making shit up. You're misquoting him.
Things in to make what your hypothesis is correct. Like
No, you're misquoting him. You're just pulling shit out of your ass. You're making shit up, and it's an appeal to authority fallacy textbook.
You're pushing for that hypothesis.
What's wrong with find a different cause? This is the trouble, isn't it? When we use these convoluted ways of saying it,
yeah.
Oh, you've got to go back and do a new hype and all that shit. No,
what
you have to bin the fact that what you thought was the cause isn't.
Yep.
And start again.
Yep.
Right. It's the freaking reality of it, not this pretense.
Yep.
Of what the method isn't, so that you can support it with things that clearly isn't. Which is what Michelson-Morley
Sorry,
is.
just 1 second. I just want to clarify something. What, according to Jaron, you make your hypothesis, then you make your observation afterwards. Okay, which is arse about face. But why, pray tell, would Jaron be detailing any of this? According to him, science doesn't prove anything. So why is he going through this process exactly? To achieve what?
Good point.
You don't prove things with science. But it's important if you're going to demonstrate how you don't prove things with science, that you demonstrate the correct method of not proving things with science.
That nicely done.
Which shouldn't be the case in science at all.
Ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jaron. Yeah, Hanor. Yeah. Cool statement, brah.
I mean, what they were looking for was the movement.
Who was looking for was the movement of what?
Of the Earth around the sun. Should be
so transmitting around the sun. But why did we get all the rest of the horseshit?
Measurable, right? If it's happening and we have all this advanced technology, even though it was, in the 1900s, late 18 whatevers.
He got fucked up with the 20th centuries. You clown dump. I need to listen to that shit again. I'm sorry. I know I'm majoring on the minors, but he is a fucking zipperhead.
And we have all this advanced technology, even though it was, in the 1900s, late 18 whatevers.
That's what he said, whatevers. He got confused between the 1800s, the 1900s, and the 19th century and the 18th century and the 20th century. He just bogged down. He almost blew a gasket.
He should have just said a long time ago.
What's in relation to advanced technology, though?
I don't know.
Maybe last Thursday was more applicable.
Yeah, true. Nicely done.
They
Who are they?
They had this advanced technology, and it should have registered it. And if
should have registered what?
Oh, this is a mystery.
That wasn't advanced.
It's the they.
Yes, we identified they. Yeah, it should have registered what?
So before it was just a they, as in like general people that would, in their opinion, do experiments or whatever. Now they're actually talking about a real they, which means it's a virtual entity that they can't really pinpoint at all.
It's a they as in we, as in our history. We're now in Tartaria.
Exactly. It's
suspect.
they.
It's enough. The technology we have today should have. It's not like they did this experiment and nobody's done it
No one did an experiment back then. We already compromised that. You would fail intro to third grade general science.
since.
It's probably the most
Air
replicated.
Force, yeah, the Air Force did this back in the late 80s.
Now it's replicated. I mean, that means replication. You forgot the testability part first. So the testability means it's experiment. None of what you talked about today, or I'm sorry, none of what Alan talked about today, the asshat, was an experiment. So this is a category error, and your replicatability is nonsensical horseshit drivel.
Or mid 80s, 85, 86, and they came up with the exact same conclusion.
What conclusion was that? In 1985 or 86? Those are good years, by the way.
That we are not moving around the sun, and there's this
We're not moving around the sun. Really? That's amazing.
background medium that is swirling
Background medium swirling. What the hell is that?
around us.
Swirling around us. What's that?
And I don't know how many Nobel laureates need to come out and say, yeah.
Nobel laureates need to come out. Who gives a shit what they say? Show! Fucking show, zipperhead! How many times we gotta tell you morons? Fucking show! Sorry about that. Did I back away far enough?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, there is an ether. You know,
Excellent,
we call it the
Michael.
Higgs field.
What was that?
Excellent mic
Excellent,
control.
Mike. Yes.
Look at that. Take note, Nathan. Let me go back 5 seconds.
I mean, for me, I felt the emotion, but I didn't feel the pain in my ears. It was beautiful.
How many times have we told them to show? How many? It's
More reasonable request.
I think you told them at least 10 to 15 times in this presentation.
Nobel laureates need to come out and say, yeah, there is an ether. You know, we call it the Higgs field. We call it this. We call it that.
Now it's the Higgs field. Am I going to have to add that to the list of idiot flat earthers delineating what ether is? If I come by that list, I'm going to add the Higgs field.
I mean, it's kind of sad at this point.
Oh my God.
A field of Higgs.
Sorry, I rumpused you. Well, you rumpused me, but go ahead.
Shit like that. Oh, it's a Higgs field. People use it and say it like it means anything, other than more bullshit.
And then he
Just
gives
another framework to pile on top, right?
And then he gives his appeal to emotion. Oh, it's so sad.
Point in the scientific community.
Scientific community doesn't exist. You conjured it. You heard somebody else say it because you're a zipperhead. If there was a scientific community, we want their address and email. Phone number would help.
That's what the rumpus.
We have all these great
field.
Yeah, because I want to contact them. We have some questions and very poignant comments for them.
At this
point,
point,
scientific community.
The science.
You will not let me continue. You put a cork in it.
I mean, it's kind of.
Look, you can't even help it. You just can't do it, can you?
Sad at this point in the scientific community.
Yeah.
Where you have all these great minds that can't just man up and say, stop.
Man, you can't just man up and say stop. What a clown. What a... This is like Elmer Fudd giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. I've heard you say, I know you guys heard me say this so many times, but it is a perfect analogy. Every interaction with these globe dumpsters can be characterized with Elmer Fudd giving the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. Every single one. That's all they can do. Just generalized, baseless feelings horseshit.
This is
Sometimes
ridiculous.
it's a little
what are
bit
we doing?
personal on this. And Zach's, we used to call each other friends. We've not spoken in a long time. And sometimes you say to people, brother, listen to yourself. Listen to your words. Yeah, sometimes you got to man up. Yeah, and when we're talking, that's all we're asking you guys to do. Man up and admit you're wrong. Yeah. Look at all this shit that you're basing all this disruption on. Yeah, the mirror's brilliant sometimes, Zach. Yeah, that's all we're asking. Man up and admit you're wrong, and then we can destroy the ball together again.
Here.
Stop. Get some help.
You need to get some help. Because this is pure Dunning-Kruger delusional behavior on your part, Zepperhead.
It's ridiculous.
What
are we doing?
What?
For me, Q.
Yeah.
Well, just because just jay it a little bit, just because I want to hear this in fullness now.
Okay, I'll put it in full, and then I won't interrupt. I won't interrupt.
We call it this. We call it that. I mean, it's kind of sad at this point in the scientific community, where you have all these great minds that can't just man up and say, "Stop, get some help. This is ridiculous. What are we doing?"
What great minds?
They want to get paid.
He's got no subject. There's nothing here. It's empty. There's no substance here. It's like his fucking ether. It's nothing. It's drivel. It's a nonsense waffle.
Sorry. What type of science are they even talking about?
Who knows?
Who are they talking about?
Who knows?
This is like some template of a conversation, but it doesn't have any content in it.
Yep. Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Right. So replace the content. Give me another J, and replace the content with people discussing pimping ether. Okay.
Up and
now
say,
Now shut up. Sorry, I said shut up to you too many times tonight. Please forgive me. I'm a worm. Can you be quiet?
No, because
That's reserved for me.
I kind of need that guidance this evening, QE. So don't feel bad.
Stop. Get some help. This is ridiculous. What are we doing?
And if we,
they want to get paid.
Yeah. And, you know, if you go to, I don't remember what show I did. I'll kind of bring it up in a second as we move over to Rockfin, but talk a little bit more freely. But I did a video showing this guy who's a philosopher of science who basically lays it out. I don't remember his name, but he basically laid it out for us exactly what's going on. And he's even somebody who questions whether or not any of this should be considered science.
And nothing that you brought up today, or I'm sorry, not you, but nothing that Alan brought up today, you're exactly correct, is science. Yep, you got it. Good job.
If it was,
what's
according to Jaren, if it was, it would be useful for what precisely?
Yes.
So establish the science and then establish that science doesn't prove anything. Jaren, you at a clown?
Yep.
What's a philosopher of science exactly?
No, listen to what just was said there. Jaren went to the pub, met a bloke that said, yeah, you know that thing that doesn't prove things? They're not even using the right technique to not prove things.
And I think this is where we all got lost, is that what they do as children is they teach you the scientific method, and you're like, that seems to be pretty cool. That works. And then they say, well, you know, these things have gone through it. And then science goes through it. And then
these things have gone through it. Oh, this is going to be a train wreck. Go ahead, Nathan.
Not gone through the scientific method. They have absolutely not. And according to you, Jaren, if they had, they wouldn't be proving anything anyway, because science doesn't prove things according to you. If you understood that it was pretty cool, no, not pretty cool, proves things implicitly, empirically. That's what it does. This isn't it, because you'd have to adhere to the method of science that you believe doesn't prove anything, but it's really critical that we follow the philosophers of science and what they say. What a joke. Don't realise you're being shafted by Jaren. You're an idiot.
We're going to leave this section for Nathan, I think. Nathan, just tell me when to stop.
Is that what they do as a children is they teach you the scientific method, and you're like, that seems to be pretty cool. That works. And then they say, well, you know, these things have gone through it, and then science goes through it, and then they just start teaching you science. And so what we all assume is that what they're teaching us as science must have gone through the scientific method, because the definition of pseudoscience is things that are said to be science but don't go through the scientific method. So isn't it peculiar that you start to realize, oh, wait a second, we get to this certain age and you go back looking for evidence which should be abundant. And what you find is the opposite, that it's lacking, that often it's contradictory, that it's mixed in with Lorentz transformations. So now something that's never...
So he thinks Lorentz transformations are actual science.
He was doing pretty well.
What he's just criticised,
right?
let him go, because what he's just said is you study this stuff thinking it's science, go through it and realise it's riddled with contradictions. Yeah, like we've just done with this total garbage that isn't science that you've just put forth on your show. Zach talking about, what was it he called it? Higgsfield?
Yep.
A load of old tripe. Has that been through the scientific method?
Nope.
According to Zach. Was it, sorry?
Nope, it hasn't.
Right. Oh, even if it had, Jaren says it doesn't prove anything anyway. I mean, what kind of clusterfuck is this?
Never been observed any item shortening or changing size or changing because of certain speeds, or we've never seen that, but yet it's cooked into the books. It's already assumed. Dark matter, dark energy, 97% of the...
He thinks this is science.
Yeah, it's like, you think the scientific method's pretty cool. Why don't you establish if any of this shit's gone through it?
Known universe
You
has
won't
never...
disagree with the next little bit of rhetoric, will you? Because we'll all agree with this bit. Dark energy, dark matter, it's all a load of bollocks. It's not been put through the scientific method. No, it hasn't. This is the salesman's pitch. Get you to agree with certain things that are obvious before
Never
he
been
gives you
observed,
the next
which
bit
is
of
just
bollocks.
what? What do you mean? How do we know? Well, because we assume it must be there, or else our calculations are wrong about these galaxies and these speeds. So we have to have some sort of matter out there. We've got to have some sort of energy out there. I mean, the big one was for me learning that we're not actually seeing the universe expanding. When you hear that, I'm like, oh, so when they look up in the sky, they see things actually moving away from them, which is not what they see. They see red and blue
Right,
shift
now
and they
that's
apply
a
it as
tosser
like
statement,
Doppler
isn't it?
effects.
Hey, oh, come on, all of us here. All the revelations, the things we talked about, what's your proof? You thought, you know what? Me not seeing the universe expanding, that's the one that's fucking nailed it for me, pal. Look, it's just not expanding. Clear now.
Shut up, Adam.
And then
Oh,
say
no.
that they can calculate how fast something is moving away from us based on its redshift. But again, redshift and Doppler is used when you're talking about an ambulance driving by you, because the ambulance is driving through air, and as the sound comes towards you, it's getting bunched up, and then it reaches you.
It's branched from pretty cool, the scientific method that proves nothing, according to Jaren. Okay, now we're talking about calculating stuff. How's this got to do with the scientific method that's pretty cool?
Nothing.
Doesn't prove anything, according to Jaren. It's calculations. This is maths. This isn't science. Why the big spiel about what science is and how cool it is, when you also tell me that I'm a scammer because it doesn't prove things, to then babble on about maths? You don't know what science is, Jaren. You should be talking about this stuff.
Yep,
True,
it's all
but
non sequitur.
Also, isn't the Doppler effect about sound, and that's actually a wave, so then it's relevant, but light isn't, so it's not relevant?
That was my bullshit. How much Doppler effect do you experience when an ambulance goes past? That's a made-up thing, isn't it? Between the Doppler effect in terms of the way in which sound waves are there, and the effect of way we describe light in terms of frequency, what we measure its energy as, and then we describe redshift as the same thing. Seriously, to conflate those two things is it's part of the fucking grift that's going off. Yeah,
The unification, right? The false unification of
It's
everything.
painfully juvenile pedestrian.
But the point is, at this stage, in flat Earth, if you will, excuse me if I sound drunk. I'm now really tired. It's like 1:45 in the morning. If you, or if Jaron specifically, understood how the scientific method actually works, could apply that understanding everything he's saying. You're talking about the microwave background radiation, or whatever it's called, the CMB. That's what he's detailing, and the revelation that it's not actually expanding. Like, okay, this is coming under the banner of science, isn't it? Coming from astrophysicists. They've had a little look in the sky, okay? And they've seen something, okay? Could you say that they've seen something occurring? Could. Then it's a naturally occurring phenomena that could be put through the scientific method. That's it. It hasn't. Who gives a shit?
Yep.
You're babbling on about it like it's got some relevance to anything.
It doesn't.
After a little babble about science, it's a freaking outrage.
Yep.
And then as it moves away from you, it's expanding. The sound is expanding into those waves. So you get different pitches of sound.
Sorry, did you just say the sound is expanding?
Its sound is expanding into those waves. Yes, sir, he did. Get that right.
Sound.
But
They
now,
apply that
Nathan, now, Nathan, you understand redshift, don't you? Because
Yep.
like, yeah, you'll need a flat earth for that.
the stars, but the stars don't have any medium. So they're not redshifting Doppler-like. They're not, they're actually probably being simply retarded by the distance that they're traveling.
Retarded. That's a word.
Okay, I've got to step in.
Did he just say the stars have no meaning?
Hold on. Sorry, Brian. Again, if Jaron understood the scientific method, we would appreciate that substituting in his complete garbage speculation, ad hoc description of what could be happening in redshift is also non-scientific, non-validatable, just made up crap. About the same standard as the stuff that he's also holding up false dichotomy against it. So both the stuff that Jaron's offered up as a replacement for redshift? Who was asking? What was it proving? Had it been through the scientific method? And has Jaron's subsequent bullshit ad hoc explanation any validity whatsoever? No, it hasn't. Unfortunately, we understand the scientific method and therefore typically won't start blarting on about our ad hoc explanation for phenomena that we may or may not observe. Because we appreciate the next man in line will say, that been through the scientific method sounds like a natural phenomenon you're studying there. Oh, you haven't? Well, why the hell are you giving an ad hoc explanation for it then?
Whatever that might be, right? I mean, it could be close, could be far, but we're actually seeing just a reduction. Like, for instance, if they're just a little further than another one, you're going to see it a little bit less. You're going to see it drop off the spectrum a little bit more. But they're, again, assuming something that is completely and totally not observed. And this is where I knew that we had a problem. And again, I always talk about George Ellis, I know, and Edwin Hubble, but George Ellis says a lot of cosmology.
Yeah, you stole that off me. You stole that citation off me back in the day.
Can I ask a fast question?
Could it wait? Did he just just assume the distance there?
I guess not.
The distance.
I think Arwin could get even further from his mic. I think that would be beneficial for everyone.
He's using the
just
Dutch method,
assume
isn't
the
he, Brian?
distance there in what he said.
Go ahead, Neil.
Of course it's go ahead, Neil, when my freaking hands are tied.
Who's tying you up?
What is you doing? Well, I was driving, so Owen started talking, so I just let him go, and then go ahead, Neil, while I'm driving. The phone falls. Anyway, what the hell is Jiren even have the word science in his mouth? Why? Did we not hear Nathan and him face to face, or whatever you want to call it, he shouldn't even say the word science. That's all I got to say.
No. Science in this instance isn't proving that I'm a scammer. It's proving his shell game with ether so he can scam a shit ton of people. So in this instance, it's very important that we understand the philosophy of science and the bullshit rhetoric of men who talk science. Because it's science. Very important. And how it's all done. Because it doesn't prove things Nathan's a scammer. Makes total sense, Neil. No. When I talk about science, I'm a scammer because it doesn't prove things. When Jaren wants to promote lies and fraud about ether, then it's all about the science. It's all about the non-experiment of Michelson-Morley and how people should take it seriously. And they understand how cool the scientific method is. None of this has been through it. It's just a fraud. It's scammy. All he's doing is just a scammer. And what am I? I'm a threat to that scam, aren't I? That's why he's got to call me a scammer. And I say science proves things, which it absolutely does. Aaron needs me to be out of the picture so he can talk science to a load of unsuspecting scam victims. He punts this garbage. It doesn't need me around saying, yes, science could be proving this. You haven't applied it. Huh? 'Cause he hasn't. He's talking about it like it's got some validity to anybody who's listening. It hasn't. When he's talking science, no, you need to pay attention. It's very important we understand this stuff. When are the world going to realise, says Zachary Zabala.
Superchat.
Are they going to realise what? What a bunch of clowns you are. How you go around telling people how unimportant and how science is scammy because it doesn't prove things.
Superchat.
Try
Superchat.
Good God.
Retro Bill. If all celestial objects are moving away from a central point, then aren't they creating one void in their wake as they expand into another? WTF?
Huh.
The wake of what? The ether wake?
You could say, what the freak?
There's nothing to wake in.
Yeah, there's nothing. Well, in the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, there's nothing to wake in.
All right, spin on. Let's hear a bit
tries
more.
to hide the fact that they have picked their model based on philosophical grounds. That alone should be alarming.
Yeah, that was George Ellis, the one you stole from me. Cathexis gave it to you. Yeah.
Did he not also stress the importance of the philosophical scientist that we should be paying attention to about 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, but he didn't mention who it was. Was he referring to Karl Popper? Who knows?
Don't know.
Yep.
There was some philosophical scientist that was very important and critical in terms of what he was talking about. The validity it had to be had, from it.
I don't know. He didn't mention his name, and he didn't mention any of his claims. So I don't know.
He didn't
To
mention
anybody who's a
anyone.
real adherent or follower of science. Because what it's telling you is that the idea that scientists are unbiased, that they are actually just looking at results and reporting what they see is not true at all. It's not even remotely true. It means that they've got a model that they've already selected, and so they try and fit everything into that model's box.
Those are pseudoscientists. George Ellis is a pseudoscientist, and he's talking about his buddies.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but listen to what he just said.
I did.
Listen to the presentation. They tried to fit their results into boxes.
Yeah.
Look at what we've just been pimped with the Michelson-Morley.
Yeah.
If it spins like this and the interference pattern, it means...
Yeah.
Because there was an interference pattern between 1/6 and 1/8 of the thing we've just disproven, it proves there's an ether wind. Scientists do things and fit their results into boxes they've already defined. This is the mirror, isn't it?
Yep. He's projecting.
And it leaves us into a weird structure of the world where right now not a lot of things make sense. Dark matter, dark energy, they just don't jive anymore. And if we would have stuck to real science and scientific method like we've discussed, then and we had real unbiased researchers, then they would look at a result like Michelson-Morley's and they would not try and fix.
And see, he thinks this is
It
science.
would lull people into a sense of a misinterpreted framework, Jaron. Was wrong. And all the other descriptive terms you just gave thereafter. Other than misapprehensions
which is
based
what
on
Lorentz
models,
trans-
misapprehensions based on logical frameworks, based on extrapolations from pseudoscience, pretty much like you just described a couple of minutes ago. It's with Michelson-Morley. But you're now affirming the validity of Michelson-Morley, decrying the bullshit that Michelson-Morley is, in terms of its non-adherence to the scientific method that you've mentioned twice. Why? It doesn't prove anything, does it, Jaron? Oh, unless you're punting this garbage. It's very important that we understand how cool the scientific method is. Why is it that the scientific method is now cool, and only a month ago I was being called a scammer, saying it proves things? Why is that?
Transformations did is they fixed the error that they found. Now, Alan, isn't it true? I know we say that they found a null result, but they did find a speed, correct?
Yeah, they did find a fringe shift pattern, but a
speed. That's going to prove big problems for shits at 40.
The original interpretation was that it was an instrumental error and that there was actually no fringe shift pattern, and therefore the speed of light is the same. And then that's when Lorentz came in.
All right, the speed of light. Problem. Shit's at 40. You hearing this shit?
And it was like, hey, maybe there was, maybe we can explain this slight fringe through the length contraction mechanism, because prior to the Michelson-Morley experiment, he was doing
the Michelson-Morley non-experiment, as demonstrated.
Experiments with electron observations or whatever, and he had already
or whatever. That's why we love you. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail, OCD like.
Already had a framework of this like time dilation contraction mechanism. So that's what he put forward, and they were like, "Oh, okay, cool," because like they still were.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to wrap this up. I can't go any further. My dinner has just arrived, and we've been going for nearly 5 hours.
We're almost there, Kiwi. Come on.
Think about poor Nathan.
Think about poor Nathan.
Yeah, almost there.
Yes, indeed.
You want me to continue?
Yes.
I think we should round out. 5 hours is plenty.
Nah.
I just got nibbles.
I just got nibbles. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock. I thought I'll go and get some snacks. No? Finish.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish that. Take us home, sir.
With that, I will say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to all of the Ballbusters panel for making today's live show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in the Ballbusters live stream for frequently smashing the Super Chat, hitting PayPal links and all that good stuff. Been Nathan Oakley. A massive thank you to Quantum Eraser for making today's Ballbusters possible, and we will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
Riddle me this, you double-speaking moron. How can light move in one direction faster and not have a speed?
Yeah, there is no speed of light. Whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light. Faster. There is no speed of light.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
So out of one side of your face, you say, light clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction, then at the other side of your face, you say the light's not traveling, it's already there. So how can light not travel and be already there, and at the same time be traveling faster in one direction to get to the receiver, its destination? Por favor.
You serious? Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So we have the respawn remedial retard, double speaking lion sewer rat, shits at 60, guns a-blazing out of the gate ether argument from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Where we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing. Therefore, his something medium is ether. 10 days later,
the wave is the medium.